Good evening, everyone. It's Christmas Eve. Hope you're all having a good day today. Got even more bad news, at least for myself, in terms of finances that I was hoping to count on, but nope. So we're kind of hoping on various things to come forth here. Mom is doing all right. We started the process of cleaning out a few things and so forth. We got Aunt Hillary's bringing her family over tomorrow afternoon, so tomorrow evening stream might be delayed slightly, which is of course Sunday night Overwatch. Uh, but so much pressure and mental things here. Not helped at all by the issues that basically ended last night's stream. My birthday stream much earlier than I was anticipating. I was really hoping uh to uh I quite frankly was hoping that I could have done more. Is like uh, with that yesterday. I mean, we tried. We got the first three, not even 3.5 hours, like 3 hours, 15, 20 minutes. That's in the archive, but everything we did after that, the app of baseball, 2 games, and the just chatting and everything with Scorchbox rated. I feel real bad that we had to end. It's like it just got frustrating. This thing seeing the stream start and stop, start and stop, and that was an issue with Comcast. It is an issue with Xfinity's infrastructure beyond where I live, and again, it just goes to show that anything with internet infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, plumbing, pipes, and everything, how either major companies or local cities and governments just don't do a good job. And it's like, oh, it's not going to happen. It's like, oh, it just happens maybe once in a lifetime or something or other. But the fact of the matter is, you always have to be prepared for stuff like that. Inclement weather, stuff like things of that nature, and it just it just astounds me. And this is on top of the fact that there was an internet outage in my area the previous on Thursday. So, but still, anyway, since yesterday was a variety stream, today we're going to do what we would have done normally if it wasn't my birthday. And I think my birthday falls on a Saturday next year, unless next year is a leap year. So that means perfect for a variety thing, or if it happens on my birthday. Another thing, I don't think my birthday has ever fallen on a Sunday. And now that I think about it, anyway, tonight we are going to start up the story modes. Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. I believe the first chapter of it basically, or the first thing of it, is basically a recap of the initial Persona 4 Arena. I don't know if it's broken down by paths. I just know that there's like Persona 3 and Persona 4 cast paths as far as like the Ultimax story arc. But beyond that, I'm not 100% sure. I think there are like 4 choices that have to be made, and to try and get the true ending. So we'll kind of play it by ear there and see how it goes. So, but of course, depending on, because I don't know how long the story mode is supposed to be. I honestly don't. I mean, I ended up getting a good idea of like Persona 4, vanilla Persona 4 story mode, which was for each individual character, which allowed us to do like arcade runs and other things. But we'll see how it goes. Come on, Stream Deck. There we go. Yeah. It says crossed under the PS4 cable. To live by. All right. Screenshot there.
Here's our sponsors for today's program.
And it's brought to you by viewers like you.
Persona 4 Arena Ultimax!
One thing we have to appreciate that with all the Persona games we played, the intros are awesome. Huh, that's what they think. Hey, achievements. Hey, wait. The CPU will fight for you when auto mode is on. Heck with that. I'm good. Hey, I'm good enough to play. I mean, I'm not sure what this game is implying here.
So you will not require our assistance. Is that correct?
Auto read.
Very well. In that case, there is nothing more to be said. As for your presence here, this room is ordinarily only accessible to those bound by a contract. You are fated to refine your power. You will most definitely require our assistance, eventually.
Eventually.
Until we meet again, farewell.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Are you certain about this? Our domain is indivisible from the destiny of our guests. Nothing meaningless happens in this room. Which can only mean that the fate of our visitor just now will be...
Margaret?
Pardon. I spoke out of turn. We are only allowed to watch over and assist those guests who are bound by the terms of the contract.
What contract is that?
So, the young man Yu Narukami is tied to our recent guest's fate. I wonder what fate, or rather, encounter will await him. Yu Narukami, Now that's a guest who never ceases to amaze.
In what way, Margaret? It's May 5th, the day after we saw Labrys and the Shadow Operatives off. We're in the corner of the chaotic as usual Junis food court.
I had a hunch this was gonna happen.
Well, your hunch isn't getting us anywhere. What are we supposed to do? There's not a single open seat.
That's just how it goes at Junes during Golden Week. And on Children's Day at that. If it wasn't this busy, we'd be out of business by now.
Today's Children's Day?
Huh?
I should have brought Nanako.
That's what you're worried about?
He does have... Watching the kids run around, I think back to Nanako's face when I told her I'd be going out. She looked like she wanted to say something. I feel bad I didn't ask her about it. But given what we came to talk about, I couldn't take her with me. I wonder if she's watching TV alone like she usually does.
Yo, Senpai! I got us some seats.
Ooh, good job, Kanji.
That's pretty impressive, Kanji. Especially for you.
Damn it, Ted. Leave the especially for you part out next time.
All right, break it up. No fighting, guys.
Always fighting.
Let's go, Yukun.
Right.
With Yukiko spurring us on, we move to the seats Kanji saved. There's a table for 4 with 6 chairs he found somewhere. After waiting for everyone to be seated, Yosuke clears his throat as if to drive away all the noise.
So it's a great day out and,
Dude, I don't think this is the time for that.
well, how else should I start off? Look at the size of this crowd.
I'd say I made the right call showing up like this. If I came in my usual costume, the little kids would be swarming my adorable bod. I'd be mobbed.
Oh yes, I've seen how the children tear off your fur from time to time.
Wow! Are you being nice to me, Yuki-chan? Has our love finally blossomed?
No, it has not.
Of course it hasn't.
Thank you,
Shut down as
Yukiko.
always.
It's because you never learn.
Well, let's get down to business. We didn't get to talk much yesterday after all.
A nod to Chie. We gathered here yesterday after seeing Labrys off, but there wasn't time to calm down and talk about what happened. In the end, we agreed to leave the details to tomorrow, which is now today.
Don't worry about the crowd. Let's start the investigation team meeting anyway.
Yeah, though we are missing 2 people.
It's just not the same without our full roster of pretty girls. Oh, not only Rise-chan, but Nao-chan couldn't be here either.
Well, it's not like the other day, where we just lost contact with Rise.
Mm-hmm. She seems really busy. She said she had work during the holidays too. At least we got to talk to her yesterday.
Yeah, Nato-kun's job is keeping her busy too. I guess it's the same old for them.
Naoto-kun knew things about what happened that not even we did. Apparently she knew about Mitsuru-san and her friends from the start.
Thanks to her, though, we got some good information.
Well then, let's get everyone up to speed on what happened using that info.
Yosuke is right. So much has happened these past few days that none of us have a good grasp on it all. We need to sort through what we've learned again.
What was it that started it all? Midnight Channel again, I guess. I thought I was dreaming for a good chunk of it, so it's not really hitting me.
The Midnight Channel, that TV world we helped to restore peace in. It ended up being used by someone else in the Labrys incident. Labrys is the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, a girl with a mechanical body, who was stolen from the Kirijo Group, one of Japan's biggest conglomerates. Someone threw her into the TV world. But Labrys faced her other suppressed self there, and by accepting it, she awoke to her persona that mostly wrapped things up. However...
So who exactly was it that put Labrys inside the TV? And why?
At first, I thought the culprit was jealous of my popularity and tried to break us friends up.
Mm-hmm. But that wasn't it. Their goal was to disrupt our hearts by making us fight each other, and then steal our personas after they return to being shadows.
Naoto said as much too.
I don't know. Turning them back to shadows and stealing them. That doesn't sound like something just anyone could pull off.
Maybe not. But we know for certain that the culprit was using that method to try and gather powerful shadows.
Gathering shadows, huh? That's definitely not something any normal person would do.
The atmosphere darkens after Yosuke's remark. During the silence, I recall the events leading up to yesterday. We had once again entered the TV world to figure out why the Midnight Channel was broadcasting again. What we found there was a strange fighting tournament called the P1 Grand Prix. At the heart of it was Labrys. Having gone through several severe trials as a weapon with a heart, she gave birth to her shadow, a suppressed version of herself which twisted her dream of wanting to be a normal schoolgirl. It all resulted in the P1 Grand Prix designed to pit people against their friends. After we entered the TV, we got wrapped up in battle just like Labrys' shadow plan, and were forced to fight one another. But we also met members of a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Operatives, who were in search of Labrys and their leader, Mitsuru Kurijo, the CEO of the Kurijo Group. It was with their help that we conquered the tournament. They were using the power of personas before we were. It was reassuring in a way to meet people who deal with shadows day in and day out. But the case isn't over yet. We couldn't find out why the culprit put Labrys in the TV to begin with. We don't even know who did it. Mitsuru-san and her people seem to have some idea, but that doesn't mean we can ignore what happened in our town. So we made this decision to investigate the case on our own, too. Yeah.
That reminds me. How are things inside the TV?
The thought suddenly crosses my mind, so I asked Teddy. After we settled the first case, the TV world turned into a beautiful place, but it wasn't that way anymore during the P1 Grand Prix. I wonder what happened there after we saved Labrys.
Still the same. It should go back to normal eventually, but the P1 Grand Prix had such an effect that it's still noisy there. Oh, but,
But what? Quit mumbling and just spit it out.
it's hard to say for sure, but I sense these weird presences. They feel kinda like shadows, but not really.
Weird presences? You mean there's something strange in there?
I don't really know.
What could it be? The culprit, maybe?
Maybe, but maybe not.
We all look at each other after hearing Teddy's evasive answer. If something's in the TV world, it can only be a shadow, someone beside us who knows about that world, or someone who can use a persona.
Huh? How would that make sense? The culprit wasn't a persona user, right?
He did say that he used Labrys because he couldn't enter the TV world himself.
That's right. The only people who can enter the TV world are persona users. For a normal person to get in, they would have to enter alongside a persona user. If someone who doesn't have a persona falls in for whatever reason, they're in serious danger. Either the shadows already dwelling there or their own shadow might end up killing them.
So, wouldn't that mean this weird thing Ted's talking about can't be our bad guy? Or maybe the culprit can shove people into a TV even though he's not a persona user.
I can understand Kanji's doubts, but unfortunately we don't have enough information right now to say either way.
There's one more thing that bothers me.
What is it?
It's something Naoto said.
I tell everyone what Nato left me with yesterday. She said that when Mitsuru's plane was hijacked as a diversion from Labrys' kidnapping, the hijackers had no memory of their actions. They might have been brainwashed or hypnotized, but either way, it couldn't have been done by a normal person.
So much we don't know.
But no matter what the culprit was trying to do, if he was after us in the TV world, I doubt this case will wrap itself up.
I agree. Oh, then does that mean...
Too bad for Mitsuru-san, but we're gonna ignore her request not to get involved.
With Mitsuru and her people left, they told us not to get involved any further with this case. We knew why they said that, of course. They were worried about our safety. Still...
Ah, so the investigation team's back in business.
Yep. Feel a little bad doing this to Mitsuru-san, but we can't just leave this be. We can fight too. And heck, this is our town, so it's practically our duty to do this.
I'm in too. After all, I am Labby-chan's knight. Plus, I can't sit on the sidelines after seeing what this culprit did to my world. It had gotten so peaceful thanks to you guys.
I knew they felt this way, but I nodded firmly after seeing everyone still in agreement.
So it's decided.
Mm-hmm. We have to return the favor of getting stuck with those strange epithets, too.
Everyone looked away briefly after hearing this. Those nonsense nicknames that got broadcast during the P1 Grand Prix made no small stir in our daily lives. Although personally...
That makes me so mad. What was that carnivore whose discarded womanhood stuff all about? I could swear people cross the street now when they see me.
Really? I was actually pretty impressed.
Huh? Is that how you think of me, Yuka?
No, that's not what I meant.
That reminds me. You seem to like that Sister Complex Kingpin of Steel nickname.
Did he?
Sensei, have you awakened to a new name? Should I call you Kingpin from now on?
I wonder if it's just my imagination that what Yusuke said just now hurt worse than the nickname. All I meant was that those nicknames weren't that bad. Still, I admit I was honestly impressed at how precise those taunts were in striking at each of our hang-ups.
This sure has turned out to be some Golden Week. And after you took the time to come see us, too.
No kidding. Shit got stirred up the day you came back. Like someone planned it that way.
Everyone nods at Kanji's words. Everyone except Yosuke. Unlike the others, he just shoots me a slightly bleak glance. I know what it means, but I'll let him say it.
That actually does still bother me a bit.
What do you mean?
Oh, I guess the timing? It's like whoever did this was waiting for you to come back.
I agree with him. The incident with Labras happened right when I returned to Inaba for Golden Week. It was timed as if whoever set this up was just waiting for me to get back in
Well, I guess
town.
there's no need to think about that now. Oh yeah, where's Marie-chan?
She's elusive as always. It looked like she was buying something at Sozai Daikaku the other day.
What? Nobody told Emi-chan that Sensei was visiting?
Well, it is Marie-chan we're talking about. I'm sure she's noticed that Yukun's back.
Marie, she was another one involved in the first case we solved here in Inaba. We helped her regain her lost memories, and she now protects this town as a minor goddess who supports the town people here.
Then, why hasn't she shown up? I mean, if she knew that Senpai's back, you'd think she'd be the first to show.
Where'd that lightning come from all of a sudden?
Oh, look at those insane rain clouds. It's gonna start pouring soon for sure.
That's when I noticed that the thick crowd of customers here have gotten pretty sparse. As if following the families hurrying back inside, we also get up from our seats.
The weather report has been way off the mark lately.
Pepe.
That's mine. Hello? Oh, Kasai-san.
We move away from Yukiko a little to give her some space to talk.
That reminds me, Labras is a robot, right? Would she rust if she got caught out in the rain?
Nah, I doubt it. The Kirijo group developed her after all, and they wouldn't be that cheap.
Mid-chan's group sure is amazing. Her stuff is way better than Junes brand electronics.
Shut up! Don't go dissing your own employer.
As Yosuke and Teddy snipe at each other, Chie gazes up to the cloudy sky. When she noticed me looking at her, she shakes her head, telling me not to worry.
Labras is with Mitsuru-san and her friends, right? I wonder how she's doing.
After the P1 Grand Prix, Labris joined Mitsuru-san's shadow operative since she has a persona now. Even as we speak, she and her companions are probably chasing the culprit who threw her into the TV.
I'm sure she's doing fine. If all goes well, we'll see her again in no time.
Yeah, since we made our decision to stick our noses into this case, that means we're after the same thing Labris and the shadow operatives are. It seems possible we might meet up with Labris again somewhere soon. Then again, we're doing this without Mitsuru's permission, so I can't say I'm eager to run into them.
Yeah, you're right. Man, I should stop being such a worrywart.
Hey, looks like Yukiko-senpai's off the phone.
Oh, welcome back, Yukiko. What was the call about?
It was the inn. It seems a group of our guests is still out. We didn't have any umbrellas ready for them, so I think a lot of them will come back drenched. Sorry, I have to go back for a bit.
Oh, right. I forgot this is a busy time for the Amagi Inn, too.
Actually, shouldn't we be heading home ourselves? If this keeps up, I bet it'll keep raining into the night.
Raining, huh? That thing's not gonna come on again, is it?
Everyone turns around at Yosuke's words. He says that thing, but we all know what he means. He's talking about the Midnight Channel, which came on at midnight on a rainy day. The weather was just like this during the incident with Labris too. As if to break the silence, we hear another roll of thunder closer than the one a moment ago.
In any case, let's meet up again tomorrow to check up on the TV world.
Okay, I'll see you all here tomorrow. And I'll make sure to let Rise-chan know too.
I'll call up Naoto-kun, though I don't know yet if she'll be able to make it.
Cool deal. Well, see you guys tomorrow.
We hastily end the investigation team meeting before it starts raining. As I see Yosuke starting to leave after everyone else, I ask him about the issue he raised earlier.
What do you think, Yosuke, about the timing of all of this?
Oh, that. I don't know, I might be overthinking this, but if the culprit happens to know you, would that give some hint of who it might be?
It was an understandable question, but I can't help but look askance at him. If the culprit had investigated me, of course he knew something about me, but not my plan to stay in the inn about during Golden Week. It'd have to be a person who knows me plus knew that I was coming here during the break. Is there anyone who'd have known all that?
Possible that it could be Adachi?
Adachi-san?
This time I'm caught completely off guard, and all I can do is duly repeat the question. Toru Adachi, the man who was arrested in the Midnight Channel murders, he should be in police custody now. Which is ironic since he used to work for my uncle as a police detective at Inaba Station. We do have quite a history, so obviously he knows about me, and I can't rule out that Dojima might have told Adachi about my vacation plans.
No, it wouldn't be him. He has a persona.
Oh, yeah, good point. Sorry, I wasn't trying to weird you out.
Yosuke's tone is apologetic, and he scratches his head. But really, I should be the one to apologizing. I didn't just deny that it could have been Adachi because he's a persona user. The real reason is that deep down I trusted what Adachi said about abiding by the rules of this world. But if it's not him, then who? The gray clouds filled the sky over our heads, mirroring the confused anxiety we shared. Da da da.
And then Dad came on parent visiting day, so I made sure to raise my hand to answer all the teacher's questions.
Hanako, you told that story 3 times already.
No, I didn't.
Nanako, who had been talking non-stop throughout dinner, sulks at Dojima, pointing that out. Whether or not she'll admit it, though, I've definitely heard that story several times. Either parent visiting day made her that happy, or she was looking for any excuse to prolong our conversation. Whichever it is, Nanako seems happy, so I don't mind much.
I saw a really long car yesterday.
A really long car? That rings a bell. She must be talking about that extravagant black limousine that Mitsuru and her shadow operatives drove in on.
mean the limo that was driving around town? Yeah, I heard about that. A big stretched limo in a sleepy little town like ours. I'll tell you one thing. They won't be from around here.
Dojima shoots me a glance while responding to Nanako's comment. He's a detective through and through, and I think he's noticed something's up. Sure enough, after Dojima sends Nanako to the sink with the empty dishes, he gets right down to business. To defeat the Huns. There's no hiding anything from that piercing gaze. He has to know we came in contact with Mishiro's people. They were so dignified seeming that I had hoped even in their outrageous long limo wouldn't stand out here, but I find myself actually relieved to be mistaken.
Do back. A detective from the Metropolitan Police Department suddenly rang me up to ask about the details of that case. Not only that, but I saw that Shirogane kid at the station several times these past couple of days. Was this all just a coincidence?
That's...
Can't answer, huh? Well, that's fine.
Dojima gives a deep sigh and closes his eyes. That's odd. Normally he'd grill me for more information and yell at me while doing it.
Look, I trust you, but this is different. Don't stick your head into the lion's den. You do understand that I'm a detective. I'm pretty much your guardian while you're here, right?
His strict yet honest gaze asks me to promise that much in return for not probing me further. I say yes, but in my mind I apologize at the same time. We're heading into dangerous waters, but the same as the situation when I lived here. We have to be the ones to do this.
You understand that? Then do whatever you want.
I can't help but smile at seeing Dojima look away and sigh. I'm sure that he has a million questions about everything I'm doing, but he's not asking them. It's because he trusts me.
Hey, you're picking on Big Bro again, Dad.
Oh, no, not at all. We were just talking.
Really, Big Bro?
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
I'll always be on your side, okay?
When I answer her with a smile, Nanako looks up at me with a worried expression, but her reply is earnest. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Dojima looking uncomfortable, and I can't help but laugh again. Cowboys are beating the Eagles 37-34. When I return to my room, I can hear the faint rumble of thunder in the distance. The rain that was pouring down this evening has already stopped. If the pattern holds, the Midnight Channel should stay quiet as long as it's not raining. Realizing that raises some complex feelings in me. I have to go back home tomorrow. And as much as I hope nothing happens, I want to resolve this mystery while I'm still here. But wishing to solve the case means wishing for something to happen.
Make up your mind, you.
I inadvertently glance towards the TV screen's reflective surface and catch myself with an odd smile on my face. Just a little longer until midnight. Out of habit, I check the time, and the moment I look back at the TV, the screen suddenly turns on.
The strong win, while the weak disappear. Tonight, we will witness the hottest battles in all history. The goddess of victory is waiting to descend upon the ring. P1 fans, are you ready? Are you ready?
Time to let loose an all-out war!
The contestants in the previous P1 Grand Prix have returned for another tournament, right on the heels of the last one. These warriors will create another legend here at the world-shattering P1 Ring! These are battles of honor, battles of will. Sparks will fly. Some fight for pride, some fight for glory. Will this be decided by
This is hype.
muscle, or will a battle of wits determine the outcome?
Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba,
Dreams of the Warriors as the Grand Prix plunges into its final chapter. The P1 climax is
Barely getting started!
Boo! That pun.
Did you see that? What the hell?
Hello? Hey.
The total blackout.
Huh?
Yunpei?
What's going on here?
What are you doing in Inaba? They don't even have...
World? The town! A red fog?
Huh.
What the?
Yoo-hoo! All you P1 crazies out there, sorry about the long wait.
The TV shows a familiar classroom. If I remember right, that's the announcement room at the school Labyrinth created inside the TV world during the P1 Grand Prix. Standing in that announcement room is General Teddy, actually just his head chortling away.
The P1 climax! It's the end of the world! One-on-one deathmatch that's worthy of the name Climax! And best of all, if you don't win the one-on-one tournament to the finish within the hour, the world will end! No punches pulled this time! I'll make myself clear so that no one misunderstands. This will not be taking place within the TV world. It will, in fact, take place in the reality which you occupy. Enjoy it while you can.
Mysterious and dangerous.
Alrighty then. Time to
Alrighty then. Yeah. The Midnight Stage? Ah, we've dealt with that. What? The Persona 3 cast has been captured. What the Fuka is going on here? Her name is Fuka, so I can get away with that joke.
Is that Mitsuru-san?
What will be the fate of our captured queen and her loyal minions? Then again, if we don't have a champion, everyone's a goner anyway. So she'll be in good company. Best of luck to all of you.
The display cuts off abruptly and the TV becomes a silent box. Realizing that a strange red light is filling the once dark room, I dash towards the window. The town outside is covered in an eerie red fog.
Is that?
The street lights are off and I don't sense anyone's presence. The hazy light illuminating the town. It's the red fog. Seeing the town in such an obvious abnormal state snaps me back to my senses and I quickly look back into my room.
Nanako! Dojima-san!
No one answers. I rush down the stairs and check all the rooms, but no matter how hard I look, the two who live here are nowhere to be found. What in the world is going on here? The P1 climax and are Mitsuru and her people really captives? And worst of all, this isn't the TV world. Is this really still the real world? If so, what happened to the townspeople? A wave of confusion and fear crashes over me as I sort through the information at hand. My cell phone won't even turn on, like it's suddenly broken. It's happening all again.
Junes Food Court.
That's right. Whenever we had a case, that's where we always gather. If Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko have noticed this too, they'll definitely be headed there. What about Kanji? Teddy should be with Yusuke, so there's no need to worry about him. Kanji, though, he might head straight into the TV. I chuckled to myself at the thought of a rare moment of humor in this looming crisis. I know where I need to be, so I quickly prepared myself. Whenever we needed to fight, I was always glad to have clad in my Yashigami High School attire. It's with a sense of trepidation that I opened the front door. I skipped over that because tripped over the words. So many words! To be continued. Oh, sweet. All right. Nato-chan! The clock's ticking echoes through the room, and I look up from the file I hold. It seems I yearn for some mental stimulation to distract me from the sheer volume of information I'm attempting to process. What is it? Auto read. But when I look up, all that's before me are the tall stacks of files I brought in from the reference room. Even when I cooperate with the investigation as a detective, I've only been in this room a few times. They must have ushered me into the drawing room on the highest floor on Veneba Station today in order to send a message, "Don't draw attention to yourself." I lower my hat to rest my eyes and spend some time thinking back on the conversation I had a short while ago.
I see. In other words,
Man in suit still has no name.
in the current Kirijo group.
Correct. There are no factors that would necessitate detouring Mitsuru Kirijo or the shadow operatives which she leads.
The man holding my report falls silent, pondering something. His reaction shows that he most likely foresaw what sort of report I'd hand in. The well-dressed man before me belongs to the National Police Agency, Security Bureau, Security Planning Division, or in brief form, Public Safety Police. It was he who requested the undercover investigation into Mitsuru's shadow operatives.
Mitsuru Kirijo seemed to have some idea who stole her cargo, yes?
She did indeed. To begin with, the culprit knew the contents of the cargo which even Miss Kirijo herself did not fully understand. It follows that the culprit in this case was someone with intimate knowledge of the Kirijo group's dark secrets. How Mitsuru Kirijo deals with this culprit will surely shed more light upon her true motives.
Half of that is true, and half is sophistry. I need to discover the trump card that public safety is hiding. For most likely, that trump card will lead us to the culprit of this case, the one who stole Labyrinth and threw her into the TV world. After a moment of silence, the man places a stack of thick folders before me. If he had prepared this in advance, that means he was weighing his options. He knows of my intentions, yet he must have made the decision that what they stand to gain is worth the risk.
Report to us again when you find out more.
With that, the man leaves the room. It seems my gamble paid off.
Whether I find out more or not, it's certain that something will happen.
Labyrinth's kidnapper hasn't been caught, and this case is ongoing. Even now, there may be development somewhere. Our friends on the investigation team must be having a strategy meeting at that food court around now. Though it's been a while since any of us seen you, Senpai, so the conversation may have already digressed. Sighing, I forced aside the twinge of loneliness and dropped my gaze to the file that my gamble won.
Ergonomics Research Laboratory. An organization specializing in research upon shadows.
When I demanded of public safety was an investigation document on the Kirijo Group Research Institute, which no longer exists. The founder of that institution was Mishiro's grandfather, Coetzo Kirijo. The contents of that report were filed with matters that were hard to find. The Dark Hour, a different world populated by shadows that seems to intrude on the real world. The mysterious, almost alien artifacts known as plumes of dust that can induce the personality. Humanoid robots called anti-shadow suppression weapons that were developed to oppose shadows. Artificial persona users who gained their abilities with special drugs. Had I not seen Aegis and Libris with my own two eyes, the supernatural contents of this file would seem ludicrously implausible.
Flood of shadows and the manifestation of personas. There are many similarities to what we experienced. The chief difference is that their catastrophe was artificially induced in the name of research.
I sense an unwavering commitment to duty from Mitsuru and her team. Though they are like us persona users, the horrors in this fire must be why I detect a very different type of.
To look into such matters without their consent, but I doubt they would volunteer much.
From what I can deduce based on this, the culprit in Labris's case is without a doubt related to the Kirijo and Ergo research. The clue that leads to the truth has to be there, and if by chance something were to happen to Mitsuru and her people, we will need to know more about our common enemy.
Shuji Akutsuki took the position of chairman at Gekkokan High after Ergo Research was disbanded. Mitsuru-san went there. Deceased in 2009. Cause of death, falling from the school's observatory. Was it suicide? No listed family.
There is no other information in regards to him in the document I gained from public safety. The simplicity of the section in regards to the Shuji Ikusuki, an obviously important personality, left an impression on me, or whatever it is those words were supposed to be, because I'm too slow on reading verbatim. I finished reading over the material, but to be honest, it tells me little. Most of the principals involved are already deceased, including Kotetsu Kirijo, Shuji Ikutsuki, and the persona users whose abilities were artificially awakened. Still, I do learn something. The culprit's objective in Labris's case had similarities to the purpose of Ergo research, to deliberately gather shadows in order to fuse them together. If that was the objective, wouldn't the TV world have been an ideal place for a test run?
It may be best if I check inside of the TV world once more.
When I opened my cell phone to share my findings, as scant though they may be, I noticed that the hour is late. It's almost the next day. Whoa! It's a Calmus raid! Hey, Callan, how you doing? Throws that out there. Hope you had a great stream of Final Fantasy XIV. Doing all right? Just hungry? I can imagine. Normally, you start your stream, your all-day streams, and he's like. But that's right. You did mention just like I think you had to take care of some responsibilities and so forth earlier today. So, oh, you may mention something of the sort. So that one for the early Criterion, right? Hopefully you got a. And the Bahamut was shorter too. Successful on Bahamut, or I would guess because everyone's. But we'll be looking. Alright, you were lurking in the direction of food. Yes. Wandering in the direction of food. That is something we all must do. Wander towards food. Normally, for me, it's more one of these. Food. Be like Pudding Way. In that epic cutscene when Pudding Way ends up in Endwalker. Like, pudding. And then realize that they're going to put Pudding Way to work to get the materials to actually make said pudding. And that is an actual side quest, which I came across. Was it last week or the week? It was either this past Thursday, or last week. Anyway, thanks for the raid, Cal. We were just going for the for running deeper. Ah. All right, Cal. Well, food is necessary, and everybody else who came from Cal's raid, hello. If you don't know me, actually, I should be looking over here because my camera is in this direction. It's like force I habit. I still haven't. I'm Fred, Mr. Variety Streamer, 7 nights a week. Tonight we're going through the story mode of Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. We're starting from the Persona 4, what's covering the Persona 4 Arena base story. And we'll probably do some arcade runs and just kind of figure this out. I will try to read all the in-between dialogue as correctly as possible, but I only know two languages, good English and bad English, and I'm more fluent in bad English and mispronunciations. So, and I have it set to auto read, so particularly as it relates to dialogue, so I'm not over pressing the buttons on my controller. That word, rain, gave me pause. During the incident with Lapras, the Midnight Channel was broadcasting again. If her case is truly ongoing, does that mean it could come on tonight? A bad feeling crosses my mind.
A call at this hour? From an unknown number. Hello.
I got through. Miss Detective? Wait, no. Naoto-kun, right?
It's Lapras!
Voice. Is that you, Lapras? What's the matter?
Listen up, because we got a big problem. Mitsuru-san and the others were on their way to Inaba, but they've gone missing.
Missing?
So
Missing.
we're gonna go look for them, but these weird guys came barging into the Shadow Operatives lab. I'm the only one who got out.
The Shadow Operatives research lab was attacked? Could it be the enemy? No, that's not it. This is most likely...
Lapras, calm down. Can you describe anything unique about the people who invaded your headquarters?
Unique? They came in a big group. They wore suits. They showed this paper-looking thing, and they said something about an investigation.
The Men in Black. Just as I thought, public safety. I had my suspicions, but there can be no mistake. Though the Kiriju group and public safety are formally in cooperation, public safety privately has a low opinion of the Shadow Operatives, hence their request that I perform an undercover investigation. They must have found out about Mitsuru's disappearance and used it as an opportunity to launch a compulsory investigation. But Mitsuru's disappearance, could it really be related to public safety's move? Lapras said a moment ago that Mitsuru and her people were headed to Inaba. Why? While I think carefully, sorting through this new information, I asked Lapras for more details.
I understand. What's your present situation?
I can't go back to the lab, right? Even if I could, I wouldn't know what to do without Mitsuru-san around. But then I found out the Shadow Operatives got these special folks who only get called up in emergencies. I just met up with them a minute ago, and we're about to go look for Mitsuru-san and them.
Understood. I'll cooperate as well. I'm sure the others won't say no either. We'll all try searching for Mitsuru-san.
Really? Thanks!
Lapras, there's something else I'd like to ask. Why was Mitsuru-san headed for Inaba?
If I remember right,
Celestial Kitty, thank you very much for the follow. Hopefully you're having a great Christmas Eve. And that normal shadow reading is detected in Inaba, and Mitsuru and her people go missing when they head out to investigate? Even if this is unrelated to the public safety matter, I can't overlook this detail. Mitsuru and her people are persona users, and extremely skilled ones at that. If they are in a situation with no means of contacting help, then whatever enemy they face must be formidable. And the first such enemy who comes to mind is the culprit who kidnapped Lapras and forced us to fight in the P1 Grand Prix.
She said the reading spiked all of a sudden. Did something happen over there?
Nothing springs to mind. Oh, sorry, hold on a moment.
I checked the clock on the wall of the drawing room. It's almost midnight. If there was an abnormal shadow reading, the Midnight Channel could be involved. I need to find a room with a TV.
I'm sorry, but let's continue this on the move. We should meet up at the very least. Actually, is that a helicopter I hear in the background?
Yeah, I'm surprised you can tell. We have a maid piloting one right now.
A personal helicopter and a maid piloting it? I never thought of my family as poor, but thinking back to that limousine, the Kirijo clan seems to be on a completely different level.
Let me think of a place where a helicopter could land around here.
The roof. As I continue to talk while walking down the hallway, all the lights suddenly turn off. Though it is midnight, this is a police station. There should be several officers still stationed here, even at this hour. However, in defiance of these facts, an unnatural stillness pervades the air.
A blackout?
No, that's not it. The roaring helicopter rotors on the other end of the line has also fallen silent.
Labrys?
My cell phone has gone dead, as if the batteries were drained. I try a few things, but it won't even turn on. Have all the electronics here stopped working so suddenly? I open a nearby door to get a better look at my environment. The empty room is hazily lit by an eerie red glow coming from the window. Walking to get a clearer view, I gasp at the sight outside. An obvious pall has fallen upon this quiet rural town. Paul?
Red fog?
Seeing the town enveloped in fog, I can't help but remember last year's case. Without the foreboding feeling that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, I quickly leave the strangely empty Inaba station. Boy, I can't read verbatim worth a damn today. To be continued. Alright. Alright. So 8% completion. Alright. Resay. I raise one arm towards the mirror-lined wall and close my eyes. Oops, I can't auto-read. In my mind, I see a stage in the hazy shadow of a band, glow sticks of all different colors shine in the packed seats. I'm looking at them from my mark indicated with a spot of fluorescent paint. The moment the countdown hits 0, a spotlight comes on. I reach towards the flooding light and become one with the stage.
Say hello. You gotta say goodbye to thousand lies, yeah. Shout, friends, just those words you really mean. And let your voice be heard all over the world. Stand up when you hear a knock on the door. It's me, come on out. Get ready
For your true story. It was all an illusion. All I know about Risei is what I've learned about her in Persona 4 Dancing All Night, which I played over the past few weeks. As I calm my breathing and look towards the clock to check how long the performance took me, I see where its two hands are pointing, jolting me back to reality in a hurry.
Crap! I didn't take my bike today. I wonder if I can make the last train. Night, everyone. I'm off for today.
I hurriedly address the people I pass as I fly out of the studio. After a mad dash to Okina Station, I barely make it into the stopped train.
Made it.
I take a breather as the train slowly pulls out. The last train on a holiday is usually pretty empty, so I sit in an open seat and get my tunes from my bag. There's a new song on there they just gave me this afternoon. Today's felt so long for some reason.
It's gotten a lot later than we expected. Are you still okay on time?
He's a driving
Give
man.
me a lift, you know. I'd have been fine.
That's not.
That's a.
I'm your manager.
The reason Inoue seems so happy is because of the news we got earlier. When our president called us back to the office from the shoot today, we were greeted with a new song from me and a detailed plan for my comeback.
Still, I had no idea that the boss was putting together such a detailed plan for your comeback.
Well, I'm grateful and all, but I just don't think I'm ready yet.
That's not true. We've all seen how hard you've been working. You're much stronger than you were. I think the boss is making the right decision.
Are you just flattering me, Inoue-san?
Never intentionally. You sang that new
Oh,
song
wow.
today, just a short lesson. You even memorized the dance steps in record time.
I wasn't any good, though. I got distracted by the steps and kept going off key. And I wasn't hitting the turns cleanly. I've still got a long way to go.
It's true, even as far as discussion of my comeback goes, if Inoue hadn't come up with an excuse for why he couldn't get in contact with me until yesterday, the plans could have been sunk.
Did something happen?
Huh?
I know that there's a part of your life you won't let me into, and that's okay. An idol doesn't need to tell her manager everything. But there's a difference between keeping things private and isolating yourself. You asked if you could get some days off during the long holiday, right? And you didn't seem too keen on today's session either. Did you have some other engagement in mind?
No, you're just cutting me too much slack. Thanks, though. It's nothing to do with work. There was something that made me realize how powerless I am.
So many people are supporting me for my comeback, but no matter how much I throw myself into rehearsals, all I can think about is how I was nothing but a burden in the incident yesterday.
Rise-chan?
I'm okay. Were you worried I'd quit again? I'm still set on getting back into showbiz, once I shake off the rust from my hiatus.
I can tell that much from watching you practice. Still, maybe you need a breather.
Huh?
The publisher consulted me about maybe rescheduling the photo shoot. When I told them doing it later would be problematic since you're still a student, they decided to reschedule for another time. So, take a nice break tomorrow.
Inoue-san.
But things will be busy after the long holiday. The success of your comeback project is on the line here.
I really appreciate it.
Which?
Can you let me off at Okina Station today? If I have tomorrow off, I want to stop by the
I wonder where this fits within the timeline with Persona 4 Dancing All Night, if this is before that.
Late by the time you're done? Why don't I take you straight home?
There's not enough room at home. Please? I'll go straight home after I practice a little.
Well, alright. But don't push yourself too hard, okay?
I won't. Actually, though, you shouldn't coddle me so much either. Okay, Inoue-san?
Rise is gonna get caught on a train with the blackout in the fog, isn't she? Through the train window, I can see the countryside with only a few lights here and there. The train was empty to begin with, and it only gets emptier as we approach the final stop. This holiday was supposed to cap off with just work and rehearsals. Even when I heard Yu Senpai was coming back, I was the one who decided not to change my plans. When I told the others, they said stuff like, "Oh, well, work's work, and hang in there." Kanji was the only one who acted like a kid, saying, "What's more important to you, your work or Senpai?"
That reminds me, Naoto-kun had to work during the holidays too.
I bet Naoto wouldn't get all indecisive about these things. When I signed Take Out My Cell, I noticed I have an email.
Oh, it's from Yukiko-senpai.
It's a summary of what the investigation team talked about today and the time we're meeting tomorrow.
Judas at 6 a.m.? That's early. I bet some of those guys are gonna be late for sure.
Kanji most definitely would. I laugh, but it quickly turns into a sigh. I have tomorrow off thanks to Inoue, and while I'm happy I get to see everyone, I'm a little bummed out too. I couldn't do anything during that incident. I don't remember anything else about that day after I finished shopping for dinner at Eunice. When I came to, I was already in the announcement room in the TV world under the surveillance of General Teddy. In the end, it turned out that General Teddy was Labrys' shadow taking on Teddy's form. The shadow was holding this event called the P1 Grand Prix and forcing my senpai to fight each other in it. Since I was captured, they used my voice and likeness to goad everyone into hurting each other. I thought I sounded cool saying I had work, but I got kidnapped in prison and watched them use my face and voice to confuse everyone.
At this rate, I can barely face Senpai and the others.
You will be going back tomorrow. I think about Fuka, who had such tremendous powers that she could help Mitsuru group by describing what was going on in the TV world even from outside. I wish I could be that useful.
The next stop is Yaso Inaba. Yaso Inaba.
Yaso Inawa? Dun dun dun. Hey, I was right. She was going to get caught on the train with the fog. What the? That was a weird place to cut the announcement off. All of a sudden, all the lights in the train turned off, and the train that had already begun to slow down to its last stop grinds to a halt.
Oh no! A blackout?
I look out the window to check. A huge red moon dominates the sky. And in the direction the train was heading, there looked to be a giant red cocoon. Is that a fog?
Inaba's that way.
I turn around. There's no one in the train. They're all disappeared. The train car was pretty empty, but I'm positive I wasn't the only passenger before.
No way. What's going on? Oh, right, my cell.
Thinking I might be able to find something out if I contact someone, I look at the phone I'm still holding after checking my email. But it seems to have turned off by itself, since the screen remains black. No matter how many times I press the power button, it won't turn on.
It's broken? Of all the times. Guys, you senpai.
Apart from the confusion, a sensation I know all too well starts to rise in me. I can't believe it, but there's no mistake.
This feeling. It can't be. It's like I'm inside the TV.
I'm moving before I can think twice. I yank open the door using the emergency lever and jump out onto the tracks. I begin running towards the Yaso Inaba train station. Now is not the time to stay and cower here. See, here's what I know about Rise. Her persona is much like Futaba's. It's a passive persona. It's more for support, surveillance, and so forth. I mean, Persona 4 Dancing All Night kind of elaborate on that. It amplifies heart feelings, communications, things of that sort. So moving right along to the next chapter.
Damn it, it's not turning on. The streetlights are all out too. What in the world's going on here?
Sorry. The Midnight Channel came on again. I called up you and all of a sudden my cell's gone completely dead. What in the world is happening now? I decided to rush to the floodplain for the time being, but there's not a single soul out in the red fog apart from Teddy, who's running right next to me. Isn't this pretty dangerous?
There's no one around. Am I gonna be all alone with Yosuke for the rest of my life? No! Why couldn't I be stuck with a beautiful lady?
I could say the same thing about you. Anyways, we need to get to Juness right now. Let's go.
We're going to Juness? Such devotion to your company in a crisis.
That's not why we're
Hey,
going, moron.
gotta groove with the music, you know?
Bound to be there now. Whenever anything happened, we always met up there. So if we can't get in contact with anyone, that's the first place to go, right?
Oh, I see. Then Sensei, Chie-chan, Yuki-chan, and even Kanji are probably on their way right now.
Kanji, not so much.
Actually, I could imagine Kanji going straight into the TV world instead.
I mean, that guy went into the TV while he was half asleep. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if the first thing he thought was, I better go into the TV right away.
Still, what was up with that midnight channel earlier? I've never heard of it starting before midnight. And what's up with the countdown? This isn't New Year's Eve.
Oh, that's next week.
We were in front of the TV. If we missed it, the world could have ended without us even knowing.
Dude, don't even say stuff like that.
If I'm remembering right, he said something about a one-on-one battle within an hour. And then there was the short shot of Mitsuru and her people up on crosses. They were T-posing.
I doubt Mitsuru-san's bunch would get caught that easily.
Crucifying a lady like that is unforgivable. Yosuke, let's hurry and meet up with everyone so we can go rescue Michan.
Right. You're really fired up about this, aren't you?
And then, I'm gonna get a thank you kiss from the lovely lady.
Kill him!
That's what you're after. How much of a horn dog can one bear be?
Huh? Don't you like Michan's amazing bod too, Yosuke?
Well, who wouldn't be interested? Hey, where are you going?
Priorities, man. But to be serious for a second, that lady is way too intense for me. It's not that she just pulls off the queen thing to a T. She totally is one. No, wait. Now's not the time to be fantasizing about that stuff.
Don't stop all so suddenly. I don't have bear brakes, you know.
Teddy's saying something stupid again, but I don't have time to deal with it. I turned to Teddy and mentioned the doubt that hit me just now.
Hey, is this fog getting thicker?
It's not just my imagination. The visibility is way worse than when we rushed out of the house. The red fog is definitely getting thicker. This is starting to be way too much like last year's case. Then again, the fog that time wasn't red like this.
Yikes! Can't you cover your mouth when you sneeze? It's gotten into you.
My nose got itchy all of a sudden. I'm very sorry.
Just hurry up and wipe your nose.
By the way, Yosuke.
What now?
I hope it's just my imagination, but was this road always this long?
Huh?
In spite of myself, I take a quick look around. I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't notice. But while we're running on and on down the floodplain, I couldn't see too well through the fog, but I don't remember the floodplain going on this long. And what little I can see in the distance looks distorted, like we're in the TV world. I'm really getting a bad feeling about all this.
Hey, Yosuke?
What now?
I've been having this bad feeling all this time. Can I share this scary feeling with you too?
What's with the creepy build-up? Just hurry up and say it.
We're outside the TV world right now, right? This place smells the same.
The same as where?
The
same as inside the TV.
The worlds are merging.
Seriously? Uh-huh. Look, my bare nose is itching up a storm.
Your nose? That's right. Does that mean you can tell where everyone is?
I can kinda tell, but this fog is so thick that it's
That's you. Yeah.
Don't turn towards me when you're sneezing. You're sure that's not just allergies?
How rude! I don't have any allergies. My nose has been feeling so itchy that
Yeah, what a reliable nose you have. Damn it, I gotta find everyone somehow. With the town all messed up, even that might be impossible.
If the town's really becoming like the TV world, then I doubt this road leads to Junis at all. There doesn't seem to be a soul in town. With things like this, are the others really safe?
What now? Here it comes! My Teddy sensors are picking up something!
I don't know what he picked up, but Teddy begins running down the riverbank. Wait, what the heck's he doing running ahead all by himself? I hurriedly follow him into the riverbed.
You still haven't told me what... Is someone coming?
Sorry about the wait.
You? How did you get here?
Yosuke, hold on a sec!
Huh? Not now, Teddy. I'm glad you're safe, you.
Of course. So you're with Teddy after all.
Huh? Well, yeah. You're acting kind of strange. What's
That's not you. That's not you, Narukami.
What worthless vermin who can't survive without huddling together.
Worthless vermin, something's not right here. You doesn't seem your usual self. In the last P1 Grand Prix, there were times when the other person was hearing something different than what we said. But that was because Labra's special function was messing with our senses. Could the same thing be happening here?
Yosuke, no! That's not Sensei! He has a strong, shadowy stink!
What?
The you here smirks in a totally evil way. Yeah, Teddy's right. This guy definitely isn't you.
It's too late. Now, bring on the rain.
Whoa! What the?
When this thing that looks like you raises its hand in the air, four glowing red pillars fall from the sky to surround us, lodging themselves into the ground. Teddy has to roll backwards on instinct to avoid getting crushed by one of them. Huh, it's a literal ring.
I'm gonna die!
Teddy, are you okay?
I rush over to him, but in the corner of my eye, I see one of the red pillars give off an eerie glow.
Ow!
The next moment, I run right into an invisible wall. That really hurt. I feel like my nose is going to fall off. This is another thing that's just like the P1 Grand Prix the other day.
Huh? You really don't learn, do you, Yosuke? This is the P1, so obviously the rule is that only the winner can move on. Now, it's about to begin. The first battle of the P1 climax. Is everyone ready? You again? Yosuke, the fake Teddy's back!
You're General Teddy? Seriously? But you were just Labras's...
What are you talking about? You're such a grown ranger, Yosuke.
A grown ranger?
I am? Continue this idle speculation, and you'll lose your life rather quickly.
This isn't good. I sense something and I instinctively dive to the side. After I do a quick roll on the hard ground, I hurriedly get to back on my feet. I look back to where I was standing to see the sword you swung, hitting the exact spot. Holy shit. If that had hit me, I would have been practically dead.
Bastard! What was that for?
There's only one thing that happens in the P1. So hurry and draw your weapon.
What are you saying? You seem a lot like you. I can't tell if you're being tricked or not.
Yosuke, there's no need to worry. What you're looking at now isn't Sensei. It's a complete fake that I made. So now that there's no need to hold back, go fight it!
A fake?
A fake? Alright.
Draws in the crowds at a fighting tournament are chaotic, intense, neck-and-neck battles! So the great General Teddy went to the trouble of ginning up shadows to settle things with you guys.
He made this thing? Yikes. The you here looks exactly like the real deal. Where did General Teddy learn that trick? Wait a second. Even before that, wasn't General Teddy just another form of Labras's shadow? But Labras has already accepted her shadow and made it her persona. This doesn't make any sense.
What's the matter? You're supposed to be all about fair and square fights. Why won't you hurry up and start this mano-a-mano rumble?
Got a monologue. As General Teddy speaks, the fake you readies his sword. Damn, he really is just like the real one.
You're seriously a fake? You're pretty well made.
Of course I am. I was born from your data. My skills are the same. In fact, you're superior.
Really now?
Oh, you just had to take a jab at my painful memories, didn't you? But I get it now. Since I know you're a fake, there's no need to hold back.
You'll regret acting all gallant like that. Persona.
Really?
In the world? How did a fake sensei summon a real persona?
That's a good question.
Whoa, for real?
Dude, that's not so fair. Aren't you supposed to be limited to summoning personas in the TV world? I have a sharp retort all prepared, but no matter how I look at it, I'm at a disadvantage here. Wait, but hold on. Teddy just said this place smells the same as inside a TV. Could that mean...
Yosuke, you have to run! Hurry!
Stay back, Teddy. If this seriously is a P1, then we won't be able to go on unless I win. With what's happened to the town, this is no time for hesitating. I'm gonna take a chance and go for it.
I close my eyes and concentrate on my feelings. There's no doubt about it. I sense a large power somewhere inside me and hone in on it with my senses. I have to believe in myself. There's a part of me somewhere that's determined not to run anymore. I will defeat this guy and go tell everyone what's going on.
Come, Persona!
Final.
Rude. There we go.
I win.
Some tells me the AI, and the moment I declare victory over the fake you, the red pillars surrounding us shatter with a tinkling noise. If the P1 rules still apply, that must mean the invisible walls are gone now. But man, even though he's a fake, it was pretty tiring to fight another Persona user. Every time I clashed with him, my muscles were burning up. My eyes still feel like they're prickling. Huh? Am I that out of shape? Yes.
I believed in you!
Yeah, he was cheering for us. As if pushing away the red fog, Teddy comes rushing towards me with a tear-stained face and a drippy nose. I open my arms and reflexively dodge him.
Yosuke?
Dude, what did you expect? You were practically soaking in fog, tears, and snot. I pretend not to notice his offending look and try to come up with something else to talk about.
Well, fake you. Are you... Ah, whoa!
He's evaporated. When I turn around, the fake you starts to melt into black goop before my eyes. The surreal sight leaves me at a loss for words, but not Teddy.
Sensei's melted like butter!
I can't believe it's not Sensei. Butter. Spread.
Kind of a gross way to prove it.
Even as we speak, the fake you bubbles up and continues to melt away. I guess they weren't lying when they said this fake was made with a shadow. Still, just because it's a fake doesn't change the fact that it looks like you. Seeing it dissolve like that makes me feel a little sick.
Huh?
Once the fake you completely loses its shape, becoming just a black puddle, these particles of light float up from it into the sky.
What was that?
Hearts.
And that was a shadow, not Sensei, right?
Right.
Yeah, seems like. The real you, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't melt into goo like that.
Yeah, he might, you know.
That's true, but,
What is it? You're being really cagey today.
Labby-chan's kidnapper said he wanted to steal our personas and make them into shadows, right? Do you think Sensei's persona got stolen and became that thing you fought?
What? Like hell that would happen. Wait, it wouldn't, right?
Don't ask me, I asked you first.
No, that's impossible. There's no way he'd go down so fast. But that fake was really strong, and the way it fought did seem a lot like the real you.
Anyway, we gotta hurry and find the others. This whole thing is making me more and more nervous. And man, suddenly I can use my persona in the real world? What's happening to this town?
Plots. The plot is happening.
I smell the real Sensei. And from the other direction, I'm sniffing... Oh, it's Yuki-chan!
Really? Can you smell the other guys too?
No, just those two. Actually, this might not be good. I sense shadows real close to both of them.
What? Damn it. Oh well, we're gonna have to split up. We need to make sure everyone's safe first. After that, we can meet up at Juness. I'm sure you won't get lost with that nose of yours.
Alrighty then. In that case, it's time to fully open up my bare nostrils. Roar! Wait for me, Yuki-chan! Your teddy is coming for you!
Hey, wait! You didn't tell me where you is!
Roar! Yuki-chan!
Damn it, you perverted bear! You are so getting a pay cut for this!
Like I say, almost everything that he says, like anything that happens to him, I don't mind. It's like, because Teddy is terrible. All right. I do like how this is broken down in terms of the story arc and stuff. Okay, so let's go with this one. Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I knew she'd say that. I was expecting Igor, but what the hell. I know that voice. When I look around, I see an endless blue space that I've come to know well. It's the Velvet Room, a place where the ceiling, floor, and even the walls are a deep azure. It exists between mind and matter, and not far away from me sits two figures.
Did I startle you?
No, but...
I'm sure that I opened the front door to leave for Juness. I don't remember it ever connecting to the Velvet Room before. Or is this a dream?
I have business with you today, so I've summoned you. Marie?
Another figure steps forth when Margaret, the resident of the room, calls to her.
Sorry, I asked her to do this. There's something I have to do right now.
Marie, or rather, the minor goddess who now protects this town, speaks cryptically of a crisis.
What happened?
I can't really tell you because of the rules of this room, but you've noticed, right? Something terrible's about to happen to this town. I'll do my best to stop it, but that won't even come close to being enough. So, you might end up in danger again. Because of this.
I see. Marie could be said to be one and the same with this town. Any problems with the town leads directly to problems with Marie, creating a burden on her. Marie's fighting this too.
Leave it to me. I'll protect this town from whatever's coming.
Marie looks surprised for a moment at my words. Then she looks down and says nothing.
Marie, are you okay?
You stupid goody-goody womanizing lame-o. Just hurry and get out of here.
That's a mean thing to say to a person worried about you. Well, that is like her. Still, she may be toughing it out, but I can tell this abnormally is eating away at Marie.
It seems you still have a lot to learn. You may have noticed, but your precious town faces an even greater threat than before. Someone is attempting to merge Innova with the other world, which you once called the Midnight Channel. What? Fortunately, Marie's powers are currently protecting the townspeople, but that will not last long.
What do you mean?
A town that's become a labyrinth, choked by fog and silence.
Heard this melody so many times this year, just gotta go with it.
Only persona users who have accepted their suppressed egos are able to freely move about through the evil red fog. But at this rate, the fog will thicken, and those who cannot use such powers will be swallowed into this world.
We gotta save Dojima! Oh, and Nanako too.
Teddy meant by within the hour.
This will be the third ordeal thrust upon you. Or perhaps it is the continuation of the second.
Fourth.
Will you overcome it
It's
with
the fourth
time
one.
as well?
Go. You can do this. And as for the culprit in this case,
That's how Marie's voice is starting to sound hazy. And this sensation, I've felt it before, it's a feeling I get when I leave the Velvet Room. Wait, no, Marie's not done yet. The culprit in this case, but before I can hear the most crucial part of Marie's message, my consciousness is slowly swallowed by darkness. Oh, I do love that Velvet Room melody. When I come to, I'm standing in front of the Dojima residence. I can't just stand around here, though. As if to shake off my fears, I start running towards Juness. We're running. We're running down the street. I don't know the rest of that song. Or Chasing Down the Dream. The same sign again in turns that shouldn't exist. Just like Margaret said, the neighborhoods of Inaba have become a maze in this red fog. It really is just like the TV world. I get that feeling that shadows could come crawling out from the shadows of ordinary buildings, and I shake my head at such thoughts. Is this anxiety because of the fog too?
Margaret called this a continuation of what happened the other day.
When Labrys was thrown into the TV world, her kidnapper said, "You got the better of me this time." If this is the continuation of the other day, then that means he's already making his next move. The culprit's objective then was to gather powerful shadows. Is that what he's setting up to do this time as well? But something's bothering me. What is it? Is there something I'm missing? Just when I'm about to sort through the pieces once more, the red fog parts and I see a familiar building in front of me. Actually, no. Persona 4 Dancing All Night would take place after this.
Why is it here?
No, it would take place before that, because this is like a year later. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a figure pass by and enter Juness through the doors. Wait. What a relief to see him safe, but it looks like he didn't hear me because he keeps going and disappears into Juness.
Yosuke, wait!
I hurry after him. The elevators aren't lit and don't seem to be moving, so I ignore them and run up the stairs. Yosuke looked like he was headed for the food court on the rooftop. I have to follow him. Panda!
Yosuke!
Panda, 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 pandas! When I call out to the person standing in the food court, Yosuke turns around while gripping the fence and smirks.
Yo, it's you! Well, I had a feeling someone would show up.
That's what I was thinking too. Are you alone? Where's Teddy?
Teddy? Oh, that useless ball of fur?
Something's not right. Teddy and Yosuke bicker all the time, but their bond of trust is stronger than anyone else's underneath it. But the way Yosuke talked about him just now had the obvious current of disdain to it.
Are you really Yosuke?
Who cares? Either way, you're done for. Plus, take a look at that.
Yosuke points to what's behind me. When I turn to look, I see he's pointing at something beyond the red haze. on the hill beyond the distorted neighborhoods, most likely the site of the Yagami High, where I used to attend, looms a bizarre, long, and unnaturally thin shadow. When I rush over to the fence, the wind pushes away the fog, letting me see the thin shadow for what it really is, a grotesque tower that defies reality, nothing like a normal building. The image of Mitsuru's people being crucified passes through my mind.
Don't tell me. You understand the rules now? That's where you're headed, if you want to save your precious friends and this world.
I squint to try and get a better look of the tower through the fence, but the fog blows in again and conceals that abomination. As I continue to stare at it, hoping the wind would change, I sense Yosuke move.
Look out, you!
As I react to Yosuke's move, Yosuke's persona comes charging in with tremendous speed, gorging the fence with his arm. What is going on here?
Persona and 2 Yosuke's. Don't be fooled. That's a fake me. Don't get in my way. Persona.
The 2 Jiraiis clash fiercely, and immensely shockwaves shake up the surrounding air. As the personas cross swords, what looks like sparks scatter all across the darkened food court. The 2 Yosuke summon their personas before my eyes.
This guy's not me or my shadow. It's a fake that was made with a chunk of a shadow.
A chunk of a shadow?
General Teddy set this up. He supposedly made these things to force us to fight. Thing is, we can summon our personas here too. We have to beat them all and move on.
The 2 Jiraiis use the rebound of their powers to put distance between each other. Though the opponent is a fake, this shows their skills are perfectly matched.
Yosuke, are you alright? To be honest, I'm exhausted. But if this is more of the P1, we can't let ourselves lose.
Oh, so you noticed too. The culprit behind Labrys' kidnapping is doing this as well.
Right. I don't know what they're after, but let's defeat this thing and keep going.
Morons! You still don't get it, do you? You're both going down here.
Down where?
Don't act so tough. You might be a copy of me, but there's no way you can beat you and me at the same time.
2 against 1, huh? We're being all fair and square, but I see you'd rather play dirty.
Yeah, Yosuke's like that.
You can't do anything unless you're huddled together. You're completely forgetting the rules. The P1 climax is supposed to be all one-on-one battles. I'm not going to take on 2 of you at once. Now, bring on the ring.
Bring on the ring! How can you dig it? On the fake Yosuke signal, 4 red pillars fall out of the sky. The pillars tower over the food court, surrounding both ourselves and the fake. They give off an eerie light.
What is this?
Come on, first come, first serve. Oh, and I guess I'll tell you something else. Ignoring me and trying to run ahead will get you nowhere. Like I said before, if you want to stop the world from ending, you've got no choice but to head to Yasogami High. Now though,
A rather helpful enemy.
those red pillars create invisible walls. And there's no way to get rid of them but to win one-on-one. In other words, the only way you can save your world is for one of you to defeat me.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Invisible walls again? What are we gonna do? Can we trust anything he's saying?
If I think about the way the previous P1 Grand Prix worked, there's no reason to doubt that these invisible walls exist. There's no way to confirm what the fake Yosuke is saying, and even if there was, if beating him in a 2-on-1 fight really resulted in us being trapped here, then it would be a hollow victory.
Jeez, you just don't know when to give in. Can't you just go on and fight when it's not against your friends? You already know it's a fake.
He makes a point.
Yes, it's the lovely General Teddy. all this time, and what am I seeing? I poured my heart into making fakes who look exactly like you, all to set up a good fight. What more do you want?
Persona 6?
Damn it! With all that fair and square stuff you were saying, were we somehow not supposed to think something's going on with all this?
Yosuke, how cruel. I just want to feel your fighting spirit. No, this is fine with me, you know. At such a leisurely pace, the world really will be destroyed. Now,
It's a long hour. We're already like an hour and 40 minutes into this stream.
Oh, that bastard. Even the fake one's not half as cute as he thinks.
Calm down, Yosuke. Getting flustered is exactly what they want.
Still, we have no other choice than to fight the fake here. The question is, who will go up against it, Yosuke or me? I don't think it'll matter either way. But we already saw Yosuke fight, so...
Finally.
Yes! You really are strong.
There we are. Bum, bum, bum. The red pillars surrounding us shatter, and the fake Yosuke loses cohesion while black bubbles up from it. Bubbles burst from it. Excuse me. What look like glowing grains of sand quietly emerge from it as they get caught up in the fog. The glowing grains disappear in the sky.
You could have trusted me at least on that part, you know. Though that doesn't make me feel better about seeing this happen so many times.
Many times? Did you fight a fake version of someone else before coming here?
Yeah, he beat himself.
Yeah, it was...
Oh yeah, it was fake.
A fake you.
Me?
Yeah.
Huh. Are you alright?
Oh, sure. I figured out pretty quick that it wasn't you. These guys aren't trying too hard to act like us. It's not like before when they were trying to upset us. That makes it even more disturbing.
They're not trying to hide and they're fighting fair. That seems really fishy in itself.
So fishy.
Well, the rule where you have to win one-on-one before moving on seems to be the same as before. But something's telling me we shouldn't believe everything they're saying either.
Yosuke is right. It certainly looks like the culprit has come to settle this fair and square, but he's also taken Mitsuru and the town hostage, leaving us no choice but to fight. Which means there must be a reason they're so adamant on fighting us one-on-one.
That reminds me, is Teddy okay? Have you seen anyone else?
Huh? Oh, Teddy sniffed out Yukiko with that nose of his and took off to find her. Some help that guy was. You have no idea how much trouble I had to go through to find you.
Well, you showed up just in time to save me. Anyway, I'm relieved to hear Teddy's nose is working. Let's leave the others to him. We need to get to Yasugami High. There's not much time left until this supposed end of the world.
It depends on how many chapters there are.
That fake said the same thing, but why Yasugami High?
I don't know why, but it looks like that's where we have to go. See?
When I point to where I saw the tower, Yosuke rushes over to the fence. His flustered expression changes to surprise on seeing the tower looming on the hill past the hazy red fog.
Yasugami High?
We'll have to go there and find out.
Damn it, everything's going according to their plan, huh?
Yeah, but we have to do this. We're counting on your help, Yosuke. What's the matter?
Nah, you're right. It's not that there's nothing we can do without each other. It's that with each other, we can do anything.
That's right. the P1 Climax rules say we have to fight one-on-one, then we'll obey them. But we're definitely not incapable of doing anything without crowding together. Each of us can be as strong as we need to be, if it's for the sake of others and we believe in the cause.
Sorry. Guess I wasn't thinking straight. Let's go, partner.
Yeah. I nod. Yosuke looks like he's overcome his doubts, and together we run toward Yosagami High through the maze-like town. Eventually, we reach the base of the hill, where we discover a sign with an arrow pointing towards the P1 Climax main site. It's no longer a maze from here on. There's a little bit of distortion, but it's the usual school route I remember taking every day. If I ignore the P1 Climax flyers pasted everywhere, like election posters, that is.
These again? How much more are they going to bring up those painful memories? Whoa!
Whoa? Yosuke suddenly stops his complaining. What's just come into view for both of us is a strangely decorated school building, just like the P1 Grand Prix from the other day and the bizarre tower that looms over the rooftop.
Holy crap! It really is on top of our school. Why is it so big?
Of course he would admire the size.
That voice! Was that Yukiko? Let's hurry.
After nodding to each other, we make a dash towards the Yashigami High main gate. Please be safe, Yukiko. What are you talking about? Your waifu in this is Chie, isn't it? I don't know. I've never played Persona 4. It's on the agenda for next year. All right. I wonder if these are... I wonder if these are the straight up retellings of the original game. Because we're on episode P4, and I guess that would be Persona 3 cast has their own separate one. I'm curious, how many chapters? I don't know, I'm guessing chapters. Okay, chapters 4. Yes, chapters 5, 6, 7. There's quite a few here. Okay. Lots of grounds to cover. The general is revealed.
Just you wait, Yuki-chan. I'm coming. Huh? It's the same sign again. A dead end this time. What's going on here?
It's no use. I decided to stop and didn't concentrate on my nose.
Here it comes. I'm sensing Yuki-chan for sure. Huh? There's something else nearby too.
Could this someone be trying to approach Yuki-chan? Who must be so lonely and lost without her teddy and score with her? That's unforgivable. My rage is on the barrage of exploding. Barrage? Barrage?
It's no use. I can only tell that there's two.
Of the two readings near Yuki-chan, one of them seems a bit weird. How do I put this? It was like that sensei that smelled earlier.
Be someone's fake. This isn't good. even know where I am anymore. I wonder if Yosuke managed to find Sensei. What are you acting like a lost kid for, you idiot?
Oh.
Ah! It's a ghost!
Wait, is Teddy saluting him?
You look so spineless. It is none other than I, General Teddy. Where's your salute? It's that shameless imposter again.
What's with this, with its inflated ego? First we defeated a fake sensei and now a fake me shows up? Worse yet, this is the bizarre fake that caused me so much hassle the other day. Looks like I better give it a piece of my mind.
Seriously, what a bearden you are. If you keep dawdling around, the world will go kablooey.
That's right, I can't waste my time here. Hey, why is the fake telling me that? Oh, is this reverse psychology? Is this weirdly dressed clone actually a good guy? Nah, impossible.
You can try to nudge me along all you want, but I'm not fooled. You're an imposter after my good name. Oh, what a rude bear. Saying such things after I try to be kind. Well then, I'll tell you something especially good. It does not matter whether I'm real or an imposter. Have you forgotten? You are the same as me. Nothing but a mere shadow.
Oh boy. Hey, what's going on here? Just when I thought the fake stopped cosplaying as the puffed up general, its voice suddenly changed. How dare he say that I am the same as a shadow? It's so mean.
That's not true. I mean, I was just an ordinary nobody bear at first. But I met Sensei and everyone else and changed. I'm the one, the only Teddy. Sensei said so. Then tell me this. What would you be if you didn't have your friends? Huh? If you are unable to be yourself until recognized by another, what are you truly?
Dude sitting in his basement playing video games?
Don't worry, it's not only you. All the worthless refuse living in this world is the same. That is the extent of the self. It is a squalid concept espoused by weaklings who cannot see themselves save through comparison to others. You lick each other's wounds, finding peace.
The General Teddy's face is like, dude, I've seen things.
That's not how it is. I just want to be with my friends. They're not averting their eyes either.
I wouldn't say that, Ted.
I will kill you slowly and return you.
Killing him softly with his touch.
Now, bring on the ring.
Bring on the ring. I feel that line needs to be delivered with more like epicness. When the fake puts its hand up, these red pillars go wham into the ground. This is just like when Yosuke fought against the shadow earlier. Let me guess, does this fake want to pick a fight with me?
What's the matter? Scared? Well then, how about a wager? Whoever wins is the real one. Like I let that happen. There's no way I can lose this. I'll do whatever it takes to prove I'm the one and only Teddy in the world.
Is he the one and only Teddy? We don't know! He is the beast in heat! Teddy versus Teddy!
did it! I get to keep being the real Teddy!
Not like he would stop being the real Teddy.
This tiring? I feel more pooped than usual.
Right when I get a chance to catch my breath, the pillar split down the middle and the red fog that has thinned while I was fighting comes drifting in and moistens my adorable body.
This fog again.
Try listening to those sneezes in stereo, folks.
That'll do.
Huh. Was this fake not really a fake? When Yosuke won, the fake went all blurp glop and got melty, so why is this one still standing normally?
Shadow with an ego. I thought it could be suitable for my scheme, but it seems I'll have to use the other instead.
When General Teddy opens his palm, I can see those shiny thingies in it. Then just like that, they go flying into the sky like the wind blew them away. What are those shiny thingies? I think I saw them when Yosuke was fighting too.
Come on, what are you staring at? Your friends are already headed to the school. Why aren't you on your way to meet them? Grr. You don't get to boss me around. And what's up with you? You did all this to the town. You keep telling us where we're supposed to go. If you're the enemy, then why aren't you acting more evil? Yeesh, what a noisy bear. Your complaint doesn't make any sense either. Anyway, just hurry up and come to the high school. We're gonna settle the score once and for all there.
Alright, well, I have to reuse the stages and assets, you know? Before I can stop him, General Teddy disappears into the red fog. But I did hear him say that everyone is headed to the school. Why are they all going there? As best as I can remember, the school that Sensei went to is in the same direction that those shiny thingies flew towards.
What is that? There's a huge tower standing where Sensei's high school should be.
It's
And what's that red fog swirling around? I think I smell danger from it.
Somebody had beans. I think for a moment. It looks like something's bad happened to the Sensei school, but I promise Yosuke that I find Yuki-chan. My nose is still all runny, but Yuki's smell hasn't moved from that spot yet, so I know what I have to do.
If the others are headed to the school, then I need to get to Yuki-chan. I'm sure Sensei and the rest can handle everything over there. Rah! Wait for me, Yuki-chan! Your adorable Teddy is rushing to you at once!
Waddle, waddle, waddle. To be continued. We'll go with Chie's first because we just experienced Teddy. There's only so much Teddy I can take in a row. Damn, it's 15 degrees. Yikes! It's this late already. When I check my cell phone, I see it's already 11:30 p.m. Looking around, I notice there aren't that many houses with the lights still on. We're in the middle of a long holiday, but it's almost tomorrow. This really isn't the time for a scrawny girl like me to be out and about.
Muku? Muku! Jeez, where'd you go?
I look around in search of my pet dog. When I saw the rain had stopped and the thunder was dying down, I decided to bring him along on my training after dinner. I didn't count on him getting so scared of the thunder in the distance that he'd run away.
Oh, why do you think I brought you? Taking off and leaving you alone at a time like this really isn't cool. Ah! What the hell? That thunder's been rumbling non-stop. What should I do?
I stare at my cell phone and then shake my head. Yukun's probably spending some quality time with the Dojimas around now. His long holiday was already kind of ruined by that weird case, so I shouldn't bother him again.
Oh, yeah, Yukiko! The wait, she's busy. Oh, if I told Yosuke and Kanji about this, they'd definitely make fun of me. Oh, there's always Teddy! Wait, Yosuke would still find out. Oh, sheesh!
Complicated relationship these characters have with one another. I think that one was pretty close. What should I do? Head back home? Am I remembering right that dogs have a homing instinct? Well, I try to figure out what to do and pick up the cell phone I dropped. I happen to notice the phone's clock. Yikes, it's only a few minutes to midnight. When did it get so late? I'm still staring at my phone, dumbfounded, when the clock's display suddenly disappears. Dun dun dun.
No way, it's out of batteries!
I hurry and check my phone, but then I notice something strange. It's not just my phone. The streetlights are off, and the lights in the houses around me are gone too. The only light that's left is...
Red fog?
Fog red. I can't keep my voice from trembling. Something's weird is going on, so why isn't anyone coming out of their houses? Why is it so quiet? It seems almost like the town's deserted. Actually, it's like the TV world.
There's no way that would happen. What was I thinking?
My laugh gets sucked into the fog covering the area, like the fog gated up and weakly disappears. With a sense of dread creeping down my spine, I look towards the hill where Yasogami High is and see something even more unbelievable.
Wait a sec, what's that?
Yasogami High should be down that familiar road, but what's actually there is a gigantic, awful-looking tower. Something terrible is happening right now. Almost on instinct, I start running in that direction. It turns out that this weird red fog wasn't the only thing off about the town. I'm in good enough shape that I should be able to reach the hill up to Yasogami High in no time. But for some reason, I can't get there at all. At first, I wondered if I had taken the wrong road in this red fog, but no. It's like the entire town has turned into a maze. It's amazing. And even though I've been running all over town, I haven't seen a single person outside. Seriously, what's going on here? Feeling that I'll get overwhelmed with anxiety as soon as I stop running, I keep going through the desolated streets.
No way. What is this?
Man, she got there pretty damn quick. As I make a mad dash pushing through the red fog, I finally reach the Yasogami High entrance. But once I'm there, I can only stand there in a daze.
Is this where the P1 Grand Prix took place? Why is the TV world showing up in reality?
I blame Morgana. From the stupid posters introducing the participants to the tacky decorations, every last detail is exactly the same as when my friends and I fought to save Labrys, who've been thrown into the TV world. No, not exactly the same. There's one thing that's different. This time, there's a bizarre giant tower looming over the school, like it's pierced through the place. I quickly take out my phone, but the screen's still black. Oh yeah.
Is someone there? Chie? Is that you, Chie? Yukiko! Oh, thank goodness. My cell isn't working, so I didn't know what to do.
I see. I'm glad to hear that. You're probably the best on my list after all. Huh?
My instincts tell me to be on guard. I've always been close to Yukiko, and always will be, and I know she doesn't talk like this. Plus, Yukiko said she'd been busy with a huge group of guests tonight.
You're not Yukiko! Who are you?
You don't have to worry. I was never intending to deceive you. And you didn't die for me fair and square.
What? Wait a sec! Who are you? Why are you after me?
Why? You see, I'm your enemy. I was made to kill you and your friends.
That's a good reason.
Maid?
explain what's going
In
on.
case anybody else is confused.
Teddy, why are you here? I mean, you were Labrys's...
So nitpicky.
Completely nitpicky.
I worry that you're already turning into an old maid, Chie-chan. Look, it doesn't matter. Anyway, that's not Yuki-chan. It's a total fake that I made. So there's no need to worry at all. You can pulverize her to your heart's content.
Little... There's no need to worry at all. You took the time to make it look like Yukiko, so don't give me that crap!
Oh, really? Then hurry up and die.
Right then, I dive sideways like an action hero. Then fire that Yukiko or her fake. Anyway, that fire dance is just where I was standing a second ago. No, wait, does this mean...
Persona? Huh? How?
You can use yours too, Chie. Didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't.
How? I mean, this is the real world.
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to tell you. This is the P1 Climax, so I want to do these matches fair and square, as equals. Which is why I made your world the same as the one in the TV!
The same? What do you think you're doing? And what's this P1 Climax thing?
So many questions. That's just how things are. So hurry up and give us a nice heated battle.
A nice battle in heat?
I'm sorry. I forgot the gong hadn't sounded yet.
Bang the gong, let's get it on.
Bring on the ring.
I can't, I feel, that line of bring on the ring should be said with much more gusto. The fake Yukiko raises her hand to the sky. It seems like that was a signal because 4 red pillars come falling down from the sky and slam to the ground surrounding her and me. Whoa, these are just like the ring posts in the martial arts matches. Yeah, she said like, bring on the rings! Like gutso. Put that bass into it.
The rules are simple. Win and you get to move on. Lose and you're stuck here.
You're losing, you're dead.
By the way, the stupid Kirijo people are captive in the big tower right in front of you, Chie-chan. But never mind that. If you and your friends don't win before time's up, the world ends. Do you get it?
Got it.
What? The world ends? Hold up a second. What are you talking about?
It's all up to what you do from here.
You understand the situation now, right? Then shall we begin?
How could I understand the situation? But our town is a mess, and if it's left like this, there might not be any going back. My town, my school, all the things I want to protect. I make up my mind and take a firm stance. What?
Yeah, I get it now. It's that you're the enemy, and that this is just more of the P1 Grand Prix.
Amazing, Chie. It's almost like you're actually a smart girl.
Well, sorry for my lack of brains. Jeez, this is harder to do when I'm up against Yukiko. But I won't hold back.
I take a deep breath and close my eyes. Doesn't matter if it's the TV world or reality. The quiet darkness there is the same. I take another breath and face myself once more. It's the spunky dragon with deadly legs versus the incomparable Snow Black. Chie versus Yukiko. Alright. She's as if signaling the end of the fierce battle, a crunching sound echoes through the area and the red pillars shatter. She's vanished. What looks like specks of light come out of the fake Yukiko as it melts away without a trace. All I can do is watch stunned as the lights flutter up into the sky, swirling higher towards the bizarre tower.
Chie! Are you alright, Chie?
Suddenly, familiar voices come from behind me. When I turn around, I see two figures I know very well running towards me through the red fog.
Yukon and Yosuke? Oh, no you don't!
I reflexively take a fighting stance against when I see them rushing towards me. I mean, you never can tell if they're real or not.
Whoa, hold it, calm down!
We're the real ones. I'm glad you're safe, Chie.
Yukon.
His voice carries that unwavering trust. Yep, this one's no fake. It's a real you.
Yeah, you sure seem like the real deal, Yukon.
What about me? I mean, we've already dealt with our fakes.
Huh? So you guys ran into them too?
Yeah, we've defeated the fake Yosuke and myself. Is that a fake Yukiko?
Seem that way. Actually, what's going on? Is this really the real world?
Looks like it.
Yep.
Those shadows are running around and we can use our personas.
But that might as well be in the TV. The world's going on.
The end of the world.
Yeah, we don't know anything either.
The Midnight Channel came on and General Teddy suddenly declared war on us. Afterwards, the town got swallowed up in that red fog.
The Midnight Channel?
The channel that comes on at midnight.
Really not over?
Yusuke and you exchange a glance after my surprised reaction. Was there something I said?
Don't tell me. Did you not see the Midnight Channel? Seriously? I can't believe this. It came up so many times. Why didn't you check?
No one said specifically to watch for it. All this happened suddenly while I was out walking Muku. So I don't know what's going on either.
Fine. Anyway, the town's in serious danger right now.
That reminds me. General Teddy said something earlier about the world ending.
Right. General Teddy says that if we don't win this tournament within the hour, the world will end. Apparently, he's holding Mitsuru.
But it's already been 2 hours.
What? He is?
I look up once again at the creepy tower looming behind me. That General Teddy talked a lot about doing things fair and square, but he's taken hostages and messed up our town. What choice do we have but to fight?
Actually, I just noticed. Where's Yukiko? And is Kanji-kun okay?
Teddy's headed over to Yukiko, and I doubt Kanji will go down that easily. We don't have any time right now. Let's leave those two to the others. We need to go rescue Mitsuru-san's group at once.
What should I do? What do I need to do? I understand what you is saying, and I get that situation is bad, but I'm still worried about Yukiko, and I can't make up my mind.
Chie, believe in your friends.
He's right. If I go off selfishly looking for Yukiko, the world could be in even more danger. Yukiko and Kanji are both good friends who fought alongside me this long. They're not so weak that some fake Teddy could take them down. I'll do what I have to do. I make sure to look back into Yukun's kind eyes before nodding heartily.
Let's go, Yukon!
Real.
Yeah, you're gonna believe in your friends and be the winners of the P1 Climax.
Who's this asshole?
Playing friends here? That's frickin' lame. My name's Sho Minazuki, and you guys are in my world now.
Ah, the villain.
Come on, no need to get all nervous. I came all this way to say hello.
Suddenly, the eyes of this show guy gleam red. I have no idea what's happening.
What is this?
Even though we are standing a little ways away from us, away from him, all three of us are suddenly glued to where we stand for some immense pressure. Wow, boy, I tripped over that. It's not like we're being pressed towards the ground. It's just an intense pressure pushing in on us from all directions. I've never felt anything like this before, but it's making every bone in my body creak like they could snap at any moment.
You look like you're in pain. The look on your faces is just epic. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Man, this power's useful. Oh right. Good evening. I'm Sho Minazuki, the culprit behind these shenanigans.
He's behind these shenanigans?
You are? That's right. I'm the one that invited you here, and I'm showing myself right now. Now that I've shown you the way here, it's time for a showdown with Sho.
Boo! Boo!
Shit, that ain't funny.
Thank you, Yosuke.
What's the matter? Laugh. Wasn't it funny? Come on, laugh. I guess I'll dismantle one of them. I doubt that'll matter much.
Well, what's with this guy? He's definitely not normal. He was laughing like an idiot a moment ago, but all of a sudden he's thrusting his sword at Yosuke's neck? This is bad. If I could at least get my legs to move, I could kick away that sword before it hits Yosuke. Is this guy really the culprit we're after?
Oh, come on, why right now?
Ah, he's talking to someone else. Suddenly, this show guy closes his eyes and acts like he's talking to someone. No way, a persona com? Could he have someone on his side with powers like Rise-chan's? After Sho finishes talking to whoever it is, he turns towards us and laughs like everything's normal.
Sorry, we got more guests of honor. You guys are just the ginger on the side of the sushi, so all you get to do is look for your friends in the tower. But we have plenty of fun in store for the investigation team. You'll sure look forward to it.
Boo! Boo! That's a terrible pun. What? Another joke? The way he acts definitely isn't normal, and the way he moves is almost inhuman. That show guy slips past us while we're still paralyzed and then melts into the red fog as quickly as he came. It's only once he's completely disappeared that we're finally released from the pressure, gasping for breath.
Damn it! What's with that guy?
He's a villain.
Is he really the culprit?
We have to hurry and go after him. He's way too dangerous to leave him be.
No. Teddy, Yukiko, and Kanji are still in town. If Teddy's nose is working, they may have met up already.
So we're gonna leave that guy to just Teddy and Kanji? I mean, Naoto and Rise might find their way here, but...
No, that show guy said they have more guests of honor now. At the very least, he's not after us for the time being.
Oh.
Oh-ho!
What's it supposed to mean? Who are these guests of honor?
When we watched the Midnight Channel, Labrys wasn't one of the captives it showed. The Shadow Operatives are Mitsuru-san's team. No one said the ones we met are the only members. If their leader is in danger, it's only natural they'd send a rescue squad.
Oh, right!
Also, after the thing with Labrys, Mitsuru-san mentioned something about maybe having some idea who the culprit might have been. If that culprit is the show we met, it wouldn't be strange if he already knew Mitsuru-san and her team from before he met us.
Uh-huh.
So, the guests of honor he mentioned could be the other Shadow Operatives, come to rescue Mitsuru-san's group.
That's right. Sho is underestimating us. If Yukiko and the others meet up with the Shadow Operative backup, they won't lose easily, not even to Sho.
Wow, you really are smart.
All right, if that's the case, we should get up this tower quick and rescue Mitsuru-san's group while he's not around.
Yeah.
That's a plan. You and Yosuke run on ahead just like usual. Yeah, this is a familiar scene. Even that scary-looking tower doesn't seem so bad now that my friends are with me. There's nothing to worry about. Yukiko, Teddy, Kanji, Rise, even Naoto. No matter what separates us, I'm sure we're all connected. That's what lets me go on. Maybe it's silly to think that way at times like this, but it cheers me up a little. I follow behind the others too as fast as I can. Wow. It's good that we got into the school, but just as I thought, it's nothing like the Yashigami High I remember. It's even more distorted than the TV world version of the school we saw when we saved Labris. And with the red fog creeping in, it's 3 times as eerie as last time. I walk in nervously like I'm hiding behind you and Yosuke. This is so humiliating.
It's the same here as in town. The layout of the classrooms is all out of whack.
I wonder how long this hallway goes on for. We keep passing by the same rooms.
That reminds me. I remember a story like that. Something about the 7 mysteries of the school and a hallway that loops endlessly.
Hey, cut it out!
Yosuke starts talking about stuff he doesn't need to. He knows I hate that stuff. Telling a ghost story here is like adding more sauce to an already overflowing beef bowl. I know he's kidding around to cheer me up, but honestly, it's not doing much for my mood. That aside, a tower on top of the school seems pretty huge. We need to get up there, but I can tell it'll be tough going if we have to wander back and forth through hallways like this. Not only that, those fakes will probably attack us again too.
So, do you think that show guy really is the culprit?
Who knows? It's pretty suspicious that he's taking credit for all this, if you ask me. But then again, he didn't seem like an ordinary guy. When his eyes gleamed red, I lost control over my muscles. Like he commanded them, don't move!
If that was a type of hypnosis, it's pretty powerful. If Sho is the culprit, he could have controlled those hijackers the same way.
You mentioned that back at the food court. According to him, there was a hijacking to cover up Labris' kidnapping, and the hijackers had no memory at all about what happened. It's true that when those red eyes stared at us, I felt a peculiar sense of intimidation that chilled me to the bone. It was such incredible power that I couldn't believe that it came from a person like us. As we remember things and talked them over, we started to sort out details about that show guy. He had red hair, a big red scar on his face, 2 swords. Oh wait, there was something else I noticed.
Hey, wasn't he wearing our school's uniform?
Huh? Oh, now that you mention it, it did kind of look like it.
I'm sure of it. I've never seen a school uniform like that besides ours.
Then does that mean Sho goes to Yasugami?
What? You're serious? Is it possible for us to not know about a guy who sticks out that much?
Yes, it is.
I did think from last time that the culprit would be someone with ties to Mitsuru-san. I still can't shake that theory.
Oh, maybe he transferred here. Or it could be his older brother's uniform.
Dude, don't go drawing up the culprit's whole family tree just on a hunch. I bet he's just a ghost or something like that. Maybe he has a grudge against our school?
The moment I tried to raise a protest about Yosuke swerving the conversation back to a ghost story, I sensed the presence of some kind up ahead, covered up in the red fog. Yu grips the sword at his side.
What is it?
Be on guard. Don't leave my side.
All I know about Adachi is that he's a weird-ass dancer in Persona 4 dancing all night.
Hey guys, long time no see.
Are you serious?
Adachi-san.
Dun dun dun. Alright, folks. So, I am going to take a break, as it were. It's about that time. And my breaks, on this break, obviously, get myself a snack, a fresh bottle of water, and so forth, restroom, all that good stuff. I'm also going to be checking up on my mom. There's a panel detailing that in below here. So I might be a few minutes, well, more than a few minutes. But we'll be back and we'll be continuing the story mode with the other half of Chapter 5 Which Yukiko, which one is who's the real one? I guess Yukiko is facing I guess a mirror match or something or other involving Yukiko, or it's Teddy versus Teddy, or another Teddy fight. Either which way, we'll be continuing the story when we return. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. And we will be continuing the story mode of Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, or at least on the Persona 4 side of the story. There's a Persona 3 side, and I'm guessing there is a straight up retelling, more in depth of the everything with the original Persona 4 Arena. Mom's doing alright. She was taking a nap. Made her some hot chocolate. So there you go. It's like I'm doing what I can. It's not much. I am doing what I can. So thank you, everybody who is hanging out there. Thank you for your patience on me getting back. Appreciate y'all. We did pass the we did set a an ambitious milestone, and already past the 1,000 mark on that. So those of you who donated to my mom's GoFundMe to help, y'all are awesome. If you just shared the link to people that you know, that y'all are awesome too. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so getting back to it, Yukiko's chapter. Of course, she will be in the shopping district. My cell phone remains unresponsive, and the shopping district is still enveloped in red fog. You know what? I might not read some of this out loud as I snack a bit. What General Teddy said on the Midnight Channel is true. On a hunch that this is a continuation from the last time I dashed out, when I saw there were two kanji-kuns. I dropped my gaze and sighed before looking back at the two kanjis, who seemed to be having a silent stare down. If looks could kill.
Hey, Kanji-kun.
What's up, Yukiko-senpai? What's up, Yukiko-senpai?
Oh boy. I can't help but sigh again as the two kanji-kuns respond in stereo. I think one of them is a fake, but they act so much in unison that I can't tell them apart. What's the sort of the thing again? Synchronized swimming?
Bastard, don't go bothering Yukiko-senpai. What? You're the one bothering her, you imposter? What was that? I'm the real one. Bullshit, you don't look anything like me, damn it!
The two kanjis start squabbling. Kanji is the same in any situation. Actually, these two look like they're getting along pretty well. I'm starting to think that I could just leave them there.
Try this, goddammit! Tell me exactly how old I was when I last wet the bed.
Oh, it was when you were in 2nd grade, right?
Why do you know that? Why do you know that?
Your mother told me once.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have any more time to waste. Oh, I know. What if we say the one who can summon his persona is the real one?
That's impossible. It's not like we're inside the TV right now. Ha! You're giving up before even trying? You dare call yourself the real me? When you put your guts into it, summoning a persona is no big deal at all. Persona!
Oh, it worked.
What? Seriously? How's that, Yukiko-senpai? Now you know I'm the real one.
I forgot to grip me a fresh bottle of water. That's the second day in a row I've done that. Or I accidentally brought the same bottle down there. No one said I was bright, folks. Well, actually, that's a lie. People have said I'm bright. I'm particularly dim.
Oh, no, you don't, you bastard! If you can do it, so can I! Come on out! Persona! Whoa! That actually worked! Hey, what are you copying me for, damn it? What? You're the one copying me!
Well, are we back to square one? But if Kanji managed to summon his persona, does that mean I can use mine? Would just defeating both of them solve the problem? That sounds like a great idea.
Hmm? That voice.
Could only mean one thing. When I look towards the fog where the familiar voice comes from, a familiar looking round shaped shadow is approaching me. Could that be a shadow?
Why? How cruel! I'm your precious teddy bear.
No, that's a justified response to Teddy. That's a totally justified response. He seems exhausted, but this is indeed Teddy, though I can't tell if he's the real one or not.
Yuki-chan, you weren't thinking I might be an imposter, were you?
Well, maybe a little.
No, she would do that.
It's aberrant that I'm the real Teddy. See?
She swiftly moves out the way. It was not mean at all.
I mean, I can't tell if you're the real one or not.
I keep telling you I am. I just beat the fake me a minute ago.
I want to believe you, but I'm already having a hard time telling which of these two is which.
You just need to use the power of love to tell them apart.
Huh?
Can you tell the difference?
Of course I can. My love for you would never ever be fooled by a fake.
Then can I leave this to you?
Huh? Leave what to me?
Ted, perfect timing. You know I'm the real one, right?
Ah! A double serving of kanji? So these were the two things I was sensing near Yuki-chan.
That's why I'll leave it to your love to tell them apart.
Impossible! I'm completely, totally vetoing this idea. I mean, there's no love involved.
The hell did you just say? You should be able to at least tell the difference, damn it!
Ah! Both of those sound like things kanji would say.
So that's the limit of your love for kanji.
Yeah?
Can we just say that they're both fake?
That's what it comes down to in the end, right?
What? Why are you listening to him?
Would that be bad?
Of course it would. Assuming that from the start, it's pretty messed up.
Oh, I know. Could you use your nose to figure this out, Teddy?
I wish I could, but this red fog is getting in the way. My nose is no use right now.
Wait, does that mean you're a fake after all?
Not at all! There's a good, complicated reason for it!
Hey, Ted, just do something and tell us apart, damn it! Yeah, you moron, I'm disappointed in you.
Ah, two kanjis are worse than one. Okay, Teddy, stay still, concentrate, and...
This is pretty surreal.
Oops, my nose got stuffed up.
Even Teddy can't tell them apart. We'll never make any progress at this rate. What else could we try?
Jeez, what a useless bear. You say that, but I bet you're actually pretty relieved. What did you say? You're the one breathing easier, asshole. What was that? I'll take your punk ass down!
As they continued their endless squabbling, I think desperately for a plan. As soon as I get an idea, I whisper to Teddy, this might work.
Ooh, good idea, Yuki-chan. Well then, let's bring it on!
People of Inaba, Welcome! It's time for Who's the Best Inaba Resident?
Huh? What the?
Question number 1. How many stories is Yasogami High School's classroom building?
We're really doing this? It's 3 stories. You bastard! It was my turn to answer!
Correct! Now on to question number 2. Every day is Customer Appreciation Day at the supermarket June S. How many stories does it have?
2 stories!
Correct! Now for question number 3. From Shiroku's store, how many buildings away is the Moel gas station?
I don't know.
It's 4 buildings.
Correct! Number 4. Take the sum of the numbers in the answer so far. Multiply by 8 and divide that by 3. What do you get?
Huh? Wait, what does that have to do with being an Inaba resident? Too easy. It's 24.
That's the fake.
Correct again! And?
You're the fake. Yeah. Gonna see. Teddy and I simultaneously point to the Kanji-kun who answered correctly with a flourish. Thank goodness, surprising as it seems, the plan worked. I really didn't think it would be this easy.
What? How do you figure? I was right. You take 3 plus 2 plus 4, multiply that by
Kanji
8,
doesn't do math.
3, and that's 24.
You don't get it. There's no way Kanji could do math like that. Heck, he can hardly do basic arithmetic. Therefore, you're the fake!
He was even dumber than I imagined. He's so stupid that I ended up playing around. Huh? You picking a fight with me?
Yes, he is. I'm sorry for treating you like an idiot, Kanji, but it was all I could come up with, and the plan did confirm you're the real one, so...
Glad you figured it out, real Kanji-kun.
Yeah, but come on. What kind of way was that to tell us apart?
Don't worry, no one would be shocked at this point.
You making fun of me or trying to cheer me up? How
Well,
long do you
yes.
keep this up, damn it. Just because my cover's been blown doesn't mean that's the end. It's time for the real reason I'm here. All right, bring on the ring.
As soon as the fake Kanji cries out, 4 red pillars fall all around us. They slam into the ground with a heavy sound and give off a dull light, like a signal in this fog-covered town. At the same time, the fake Kanji who called down the pillars suddenly starts gyrating for some reason. The way he's talking now, is that...
This again? Kanji seems dangerous.
Now let's get this full-on muscle battle going. I can't wait to get you in a hole. This bastard again. A full-on battle, huh? Fine, you're on.
That didn't make them any less overblown. Can't we just leave these two here?
Yuki-chan, your inner thoughts are leaking out.
Oh, I'm totally okay with me, you know. You could just stay here. But you can't go on unless you beat me wrong.
Phrasing!
Is that true, Teddy?
It seems like it. When those red pillars glow, it makes these invisible walls, just like the last P1 Grand Prix.
That's right! Until someone takes me to heaven.
Phrasing!
None of you are going anywhere.
I'll do it then. I need a refresher.
Whoa, hold it. That's my shadow. I can deal with my own crap.
I'm gonna pass. It's too early for me to step into that world.
Huh? Damn it, Teddy, I told you that's not how I am!
Then let's decide with rock, paper, scissors. That's fair, right?
I don't like how Kanji fights. I'm not particularly good with him, and it might only be for one fight, but I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of Kanji's kit. But okay, Kanji has issues. When the fake Kanji's words end, a cracking sound echoes and the red pillars shatter. As the red fog suddenly thickens, the fake Kanji begins to melt like chocolate put over a flame. Chocolate.
No way! Kanji-kun melted!
Yukiko-senpai, that's the fake.
We watch in surprise as the fake Kanji completely melts, and then what looks like a golden powder comes flying out of the puddle. The powder shimmers a bit before it mixes with the fog and vanishes into the sky.
Wait, does this mean that wasn't my shadow? I seriously thought that part of me was coming back for more.
Oh, nope. General Teddy made that fake by kneading up a chunk of a shadow.
Seriously? Then all we had to do from the start was beat the crap out of it.
That's not my fault. You two were the ones getting all up in each other's faces.
Yeah, Teddy ain't wrong there.
Could General Teddy be the culprit after all? Wouldn't that make him the one behind Labrys's problems too?
I don't really know about that. Who is that General Teddy anyway? All I know is that he's an imposter of mine.
Huh? If you don't know, then there's no way we'd know.
But if you don't know and we don't know, we know that you don't know, we know that we don't know. Who knows?
You got that right. Didn't they say he brainwashed the hijackers when Labrys got kidnapped?
Indeed, for example, even if the culprit happens to be a Persona user like us, covering the whole town in red fog and creating fakes of us from shadows is beyond what normal people can do. I'm sure there must be something bigger lurking behind this case.
And that's not all. There's one other thing I noticed. It happened to me too, but when Yuki-chan and Kanji were fighting the fakes, tons of these shiny things were flying out.
What do you mean, shiny things?
Oh, I think I know. That's what we saw when the fake Kanji-kun was melting too, right?
Yep, you got it.
We got it.
That stuff never used to come out when we fought. What could it be?
Good question. Also, how should I put this? It seems like fighting in this fog is tiring everyone out faster than usual.
Huh? Yeah, now that you mention it. It's like when we would go into the TV world without Teddy's glasses.
Huh? That reminds me. We haven't tested out the glasses. If you need them, I have some right here.
No, that's okay. It's true that I can't see very far, but I can still see where I'm going. And the exhaustion comes more when the fighting ends, not during the battle.
So, what does that mean? When those shiny things come out after a fight, we get really tired?
Yeah, it's like it's part of them being put away.
You really are stupid, aren't you, Kanji? The shiny things and getting tired are two separate things.
Are they, though?
So what then? This is all because you suck at explaining shit.
Yeah, there's Teddy and Kanji begin their usual squabbling. They really are good friends, aren't they? But something Kanji said catches my attention, and I start to conjecture a few things. Kanji ain't conjecturing. No, not the time for this. Okay.
Hold on a second. Sorry. What did you just...
Come on, Yukiko, put it together.
Senpai, has Yuki-chan lost it?
You're right. Sorry. This is nothing.
Oh, hang in there, me. I can't crack up now. I take a deep breath before looking back to Teddy and Kanji.
I was thinking that Kanji-kun might have been right just now.
Huh? What'd I say?
I know. I remember. He said that when the shiny things come out, you get tired.
Right. I thought that actually could be the case.
Huh? I don't really get it. What do you mean?
It's called the P1 Climax, so yeah, okay. I actually get it. I get it.
You totally had us going, Yuki-chan.
So you didn't figure out the important part? Is his goal just to make us tired?
I don't know.
What could this all mean? I wish I could concentrate and think, but this fog is just so...
Ah, gross, Ted!
Sorry. It's just that this red fog keeps violently irritating my nose. Oh!
Huh? What is it?
What is it?
I noticed something about those shiny thingies.
Really?
What did he notice?
Those shiny thingies have all been flying towards Sensei in your school on the hill. When I fought General Teddy earlier, he told me to head to the school too. Something smells fishy about that place.
So what's the deal? If you knew something, why didn't you spit it out before?
Well, let's go there.
Well, because we needed to pad at the dialogue.
Already. Teddy, can you lead the way?
Leave it to me. You two follow me. Blair Chu.
As Teddy tries to lead the way, he gives an especially loud sneeze. Should we really be following him? But we have to trust him for now. He did find Kanji and me after all. I let Ted take the lead, sneezing like a foghorn all the way as we all run together towards Yasagami High. To be continued. I do like it. This is being done a lot better than it was in the first game. Mostly because, okay, the chapters are this one, clear one, chapter, part one of a chapter, fight, part two of a chapter. Pandas!
The town becomes a labyrinth as the clock strikes midnight. It's just like the dark hour described in those documents.
I take a deep breath and check my surroundings. First, I review the situation. If I remain calm and collect as much data as I can, I should be able to put together a picture of what's going on.
No one's here yet. I'd have thought someone would have come straight to Junes.
From what I could tell on my way here, the town is utterly empty. Are you and the others alright? If this phenomenon is the same as the Dark Hour from the documents, then the only ones capable of moving about in it are persona users like us. But why? If this was deliberately induced, then what is the culprit's aim in doing so? Since my call with Labrys was cut off, I have no idea about her safety either. Is the helicopter she and her companions were riding safe? And what happened to Mitsuru and her Rituni? This is a dangerous line of thought. I'm losing my cool and can't keep my thoughts straight. I'm no detective in this state.
Calm down. If I start worrying, there'll be no end to it.
I take another deep breath. I know already that the red fog filling the area isn't poisonous at first blush. I did consider that the enemy might be employing an airborne toxin, but the whole town is covered in the stuff, and there's no way to move about while still avoiding it.
Still, it may be best to try not to breathe it in to the extent I can avoid it.
Huh? Naoto-kun?
Huh?
I'm thrown for a loop by being called out of the blue. I was so lost in thought that my reaction is slightly delayed.
Chie-senpai, is that you?
Uh-huh. Why?
Thank goodness you're safe. what about the others?
How should I know? They've got nothing to do with me.
A cheerful answer, that tone of which sounds like Chie's, the usual self, but her actual words ring a warning bell in my mind.
My senses seem untampered with. From which I take it that you are not Chie-senpai. Who are you?
Little old me? I'm Chie Satanaka. Though I'm a fake one, based on the real Chie.
I love the fact that they're just being honest.
I see. So you make no effort to hide your true nature. And what are your intentions?
What a foolish question, even for me. The town was covered in this strange red fog shortly after the disappearance of Mitsuru and her people, and now a false Chie identical to the real thing stands before me. I have no inkling as to the enemy's goals, but it is at least apparent that they expect to fight us in order to accomplish them.
Isn't it obvious? I came to fight you.
Are you? Rather, is the culprit who created you the same one who seized Labrys? Or is it an accomplice of his?
I want information right now. Even if what stands before me is an imitation, it is honestly answering me this much. I felt that it would be smarter to draw out as much information from it as possible.
You really are sharp, aren't you, Naoto-kun? But who cares about any of that? Persona!
What?
A familiar shadow takes form behind the fake Chie. Impossible. As close as these fakes are, they are not the genuine article, yet not only was this one able to summon the same persona that Chie uses, it did so in the real world? What in the world is going on here? After dodging the attack, I jump back and draw the gun at my side. This is no illusion, that was a heavy strike, with considerable weight behind it.
Did I surprise you? Sorry, I meant it as a little read.
It seems the circumstances are different from before. What sort of scheme is unfolding now?
Solving that's supposed to be the detective's job. If you don't hurry and get ready, you'll get yourself hurt.
So you have no intention of providing answers. Very well.
There's General Teddy popping in.
Ooh, now that's our Now-chan. It's so convenient for us that you catch on quick.
Well, she is the 2000 IQ Killjoy.
You understand without me having to explain, right? Thanks for participating in the P1 Climax. Now then, on to Now-chan's first round. Obviously, this is a serious battle with nowhere to run. Oh, by the way, Min-chan and the others you're looking for were smushed and captured by me, General Teddy.
Good to know. At least the villains are honest here.
Winning in the tournament, you might be able to save them.
Though I had considered this a possibility, I can't help but furrow my brow at General Teddy's words. So Mitsuru and her team were indeed captured. The shadow operatives are professionals when it comes to shadow-related matters. So if our opponents captured them so easily, then we clearly cannot afford to underestimate them.
Oh, and you can use your persona too, Naoto-kun. Well then, bring on a ring!
Bring it on! Immediately after the fakes cry, red pillars appear mid-air surrounding us. They swiftly fall, embedding themselves into the ground. So this is the ring this time. I can surmise the basic rules. It's fair to say invisible walls stretch between the pillars, and I will not be able to proceed until the match is completed. In which case, there is only one option open to me.
It seems I haven't time to waste, so I won't bother holding back. Persona!
Right! That's the Naoto-kun I know! That makes it even more fun crushing you!
Yeah, and it makes sense not to being the smartest one.
You can never win against me.
The 2000 IQ Killjoy detective, not to Shirogane versus the spunky dragon with killer legs, Chie Sakamoto! Or, I don't know, something to that effect.
Finally. Fight!
Enough what?
You cannot win against me. Our forms can be mimicked, but you can never replicate our inner drive.
It was strong, though I wore a brave face to intimidate my opponent. Had I put one foot wrong, it could have been me who was defeated. For some reason, I feel much more exhausted than I remember being the case when I would fight inside the TV world. Is it because of my opponent's abilities, or...
This is a setup.
Ah! There is a mighty cracking sound, and the red pillars to the four sides of me shatter. I have evidently emerged a victor without any problems and gained the right to proceed. As that happens, the false Chie begins to disintegrate before my eyes. It must have been created by tampering with a shadow.
Huh? What is that?
What appear to be grains of light floats up from the rapidly dissolving fake. They form a ribbon of light, drawing an arc in the air and drift away in a particular direction as if drawn to something. Thinking back upon the battle, I believe I saw similar grains of light whenever my persona and the fakes would clash. What are they? Could they be fragments of something? When I follow the light with my eyes, I can scarcely believe what I see. There is an enormous and bizarrely shaped structure which has no place in a rural town or anywhere else in the real world.
Is that the hill where Yasogami High is? The orbs of light are gathering there.
Something's off. The opponent's methods are different from Labrys's case. They're challenging us head-on now. The salient aspects of this case are the red fog enveloping the real world, a giant tower atop Yasogami High, the grains of light that appear in battle, and the strange exhaustion I feel. Suddenly, something pops into my mind. Those documents I obtained from public safety, one of them detailed a past case involving Mitsuru's team, involving a giant tower that only appeared during a special period of time. If I recall correctly, it was called the Tartarus. That aberrant tower was built to call forth something monstrous. Is that possible?
Is the culprit of this case intending to...
I must ask that you not needlessly inquire further.
What the fuck? Impossible. This was unlike my encounter with the false Chie. I was paying close attention to my surroundings. Yet this man suddenly appeared behind me as if from thin air?
Naoto Shirogane, you will be making your exit here. Die.
A clear voice pierces the red fog, and the next sound that reaches my ears what seems to be a blade slicing in the air. And like, you better not kill off Natsu, she's the best character. You know. And not to mention, she's the best dancer of the Persona 3 cast. Persona 4 cast. No, yeah. Persona 3 cast. Yeah, boy, did I get easily confused it. Over here, I can fight too. Can we zoom? Oh, we can. Oh, I can zoom this out.
What is this? What's happened here?
What I saw when I finally reached Yashiniba Station was an eerily destroyed building in a town that had turned into a maze. I kept walking for a while and eventually made it to the floodplain, but I didn't see any people around it at all. That feeling I had ever since the train stopped so suddenly, by the time I had reached Yashiniba, the suspicion had changed into certainty.
Like the TV world. But if that's true, then...
I don't know what's going on, but if this place is the same as the TV world, then there's something I can do. I concentrate hard and speak to the presence sleeping inside me, the way I've gotten so used to doing.
Come, Persona!
Rise is brighter than.
I can use my persona. I don't know what's going on, but I might be able to find everyone.
I concentrate once again and search for presences. My senses slowly sharpen. At first, I can only feel out what's near me, but then it extends further and further out. Eventually, my senses spread all across the town, like I'm reaching my arms out wide. The readings I get are faint and hazy, probably because of the red fog everywhere, but I still pick up on several familiar presences. But it doesn't seem like my attempts to reach them are working.
Really no use after all.
Even though we have the same types of power, I wonder if things would be different if Fuka was doing this. Just the other day, Fuka saved everyone from a bad situation from much further away than I could manage. If she were here, she could probably support her companions even through this fog.
I have the power to fight. I can't even give proper backup. I'm no good to anyone.
My concentration breaks and what readings I had slip into the fog. Just as I'm about to fall to my knees in despair, a strong reading I can sense, even without focusing, appears in the sky.
What?
It's Elizabeth.
It's a plane. No, it's Elizabeth.
Down from the sky with a loud declaration comes a woman in blue. The lady descends lightly and gazes at the dumbstruck look on my face with a slightly cocked head.
Please excuse my raucous entrance. If I recall correctly, you are everyone's Rosette, the announcer of the P1 Grand Prix, no?
That wasn't really me. Wait, who are you?
You know, I remember those blue coats from the P1 Grand Prix. She's the one with tremendous power that General Teddy was mad at, calling her an intruder. I don't think she's an enemy, granted. I have no idea who she is.
Oh, pardon me. I am Elizabeth, the wandering elevator attendant who has presently totally abandoned her duties.
Totally abandoned.
Once presided over a certain power in a certain room, but for opaque reasons I am brilliantly? No, currently on a wandering journey.
You presided over power? Okay.
Greatestly, exactly.
It feels odd to bring this up, but it was okay for you to abandon your duties?
Oh? Can you explain the question?
I guess I kind of abandoned my duties once too. I ran away from where I was. But now that I'm trying to make a comeback, it's been really tough. This news of a comeback concert isn't grabbing me either.
A concert, you say? I know of such things. It is a mysterious ritual that only chosen ones can perform.
She's not too far off.
A flood of sound that tempts people. The crowd repeats a chaotic dance to their heart's content, eventually achieving a state of rapture.
It's not like that.
It's kind of like that.
Are you sure that you should be reposing in a place like this?
Huh?
I have been observing this town state for some time now, and it seems this red fog has completely enveloped it. If left as is, I do believe that matters will take a turn in an unfavorable direction for you and your friends.
See, Elizabeth cares.
Elizabeth, do you know something? Is you, Senpai? Is everyone okay?
My, why are you asking me? When it comes to searching for your friends, I recall your power being uniquely suited to the task.
I can't find anything in all this fog. It's no use.
I see. In other words, you are grieving for your powerlessness, electing to stand here without attempting to search for your friends on your own.
Elizabeth laying it down.
What a disappointing turn of events. I have no interest in such a dull person. Please excuse me.
She's right. Why was I standing around here? Why did I keep worrying so much? Everyone may be in trouble, but I can move. I can think. I might even be able to help if I can get close enough to pick up on everyone's location. Until I've run around so much, I can't take another step. Search as hard as I can and done everything in my power. I have no right to whine that it's no use.
What seems to be the matter? I have already lost interest in...
No, I just wanted to thank you. I'll try doing what I can.
Oh, what a horrific change of heart. Or is that heroic?
Both.
Either way, it seems you have realized the potential that slumbers
The
within you.
potential!
Impressive. But if you were to encounter a shadow right now, your current strength would not be sufficient to fully beat the snot out of it. Huh? Which is why I have the sudden urge to test whether your resolve is truly sincere.
Wait, what are you...
Please, do not waste your breath as I come at you. Your fate is in the cards.
Oh, what? Why is this happening? No, I need to go look for everyone now. When the shadow that appeared behind Elizabeth swings his sword, a shockwave shoots forward, parting the red fog and gorging the concrete at my feet. This is good. At this rate, Elizabeth will wipe me out before I can find everyone. No, I'm going to protect you and all the others, no matter what. Bow, bow, bow. Wow, wow, bow, wow, bow. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Bow, 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 bow.
No way. My persona?
I'm starting to grow excited. I must say it's been rather a long time since I last felt this exhilarated.
I am going to do this.
Rizette's persona has evolved.
We can do this now. From
Wow,
here on out, I've made my
wow.
decision. I'm going to stay and protect everyone.
Bow, 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 wow.
Show me the transformation of the potential within you.
The potential!
My memory.
Rise was not a playable character in the first in P4A.
Finally.
Persona. Impassive. I anticipated. Now up. Persona Beerus and freeze. Oh no. CJ knows it now. Beerus and freeze. Pardon me. I see. Remark, I see. Your fate word. Oh no. I anticipated. Now up. What? Impassive. Impassive. Wrap this up. Oh no. Impassive. That should do it. Moment. What? I see. I see. What? Impassive. Wrap this up. Impassive. Oh no. That should do it.
I won?
Elizabeth let her win.
Truly impressive. You have indeed shown me the power of mankind's potential.
The potential! Elizabeth lightly brushes away the dust on her clothes from the fight and smiles at me.
Why did you help me out?
Help you? I didn't even have the shiniest intention of helping you.
Ain't that the
I didn't know
truth?
that my persona could do that stuff. Isn't that why you helped me?
I see. That was not my intention at all. But if you say so, then I'm starting to get the sense that it may be true. In which case, it would only be natural to demand worthy compensation for such assistance.
Huh? Wait, are you asking me for money?
Or perhaps your soul?
Well, definitely not.
A ticket to your comeback concert would do as well.
Oh, I could probably swing that.
No. I believe I shall ask for this world's future instead.
That's pretty vague.
Either way, it is decided. A struggle between solitude and bonds. The two great potentials of mankind is about to begin.
Yeah, that's Persona 4 dancing all night in a nutshell.
But neither can I dismiss the contest as irrelevant to me.
You lost me there. But what you're talking about is why this town got messed up, right?
Indeed. whether your bonds will win the day, or whether that young man's solitude will emerge victorious. I am massively intrigued as to how this struggle will end.
That young man. Whoa, are you talking about the culprit behind this?
Dear me, I've accidentally slipped up. In any case, please look over there.
Over where? Elizabeth points past the fog as if dodging her own words. Well, I'm not letting her off the hook that easy, but she probably won't tell me anything more. I'm a little puzzled, but I go ahead and look at where she's pointing, and then I can't help but lean forward in utter shock. It's a tower! Out there on the hill where Yashigami High should be is this weird huge tower. It looks like some kind of evil villain's lair.
I believe that is where the final battle will take place. It seems a number of your friends are already headed that way. What will you do, Miss Rosette?
I'll go too, so I can fight with them.
A perfect answer. I give you a gold star.
She draws a large star with one hand and goes directly into an elegant bow. She's probably headed off somewhere now. I really can't figure her out.
I bid you good luck, Miss Rosette.
After I see her off and she vanishes into the fog, I look up. I've got to get to Yashigami High. I'll help everyone this time for sure.
Senpai, everyone, wait for me.
Yeah, we're covering a lot here with this story lore. To be continued. All right. You know what? Naruto's, granted, this is the main story here, but we gotta see, Naruto's the best character. A strike I barely dodged grazes my cheek and slices through the air. The pain of the initial blow which struck my back is beginning to affect my breathing. My throat constricts, and I have difficulty getting air into my lungs. Only by force of will do I keep from blacking out as I look towards my assailant, who now approaches me. A young man, and he wears a Yashigami High uniform.
You dodged. Such a struggle you put up. You're wasting my time.
Who are you?
I am Minazu. Show Minazu. I am the one who will destroy you, the Kirijo.
Different tone of voice with him.
So, you're the ones who captured Mitsuru-san and...
Just as I did with you here. It seems you're not very perceptive.
Sure, Mitsuru and her people have fallen into enemy hands after all. It's hard to believe. Is this young man truly the mastermind behind these incidents?
Though your intuition is impressive, for you to discern our plan after only one battle.
It's an absurd scheme. What are you trying to summon with that tower?
I gather that his plan is far more dreadful than what I had imagined at the start. That grotesque tower called Tartarus, which was brought forth to call upon something inhuman. What if the culprit in this case also intends on summoning something to this world? And what if the reason our enemy makes no move to hide the fakes and challenge us to legitimate fights is because they need to gather something before that plan can be achieved?
Don't get me wrong. That in itself is not my objective. All I want is to grant a wish.
A wish? Whose?
There's no need for you to know.
This isn't good. He's already close enough for his attack to reach me. I'm still suffering from his earlier strike. Minazuki's next blow will surely cost me my life. I need to buy whatever time I can now.
You kidnapped Labrys and attempted to collect our personas before. But that's not the case this time. You're using Mitsuru-san and her team as hostages, and you've prepared fake versions of us to fight. There's only one reason why you'd create such elaborate imitations of us, even to the point of summoning personas, and have them challenge us. You set this entire scenario up so that we wouldn't think twice about fighting.
That's right. Everything was set up from the start. It's the same rules as last time. After drumming that impression into our heads, our opponents admit outright that they're fakes. And as a result, I had stopped trying to figure out the motivations behind their actions. Since they'd taken hostages and warped this town, we concluded that we had no choice but to play along, and were willing to fight without further hesitation. But I suspect Minazuki must be gaining those shining particles I saw earlier through our battles with the fakes.
Your intuition is impressive. By forcing you to fight in this fog, I am carving off bits of your personas.
Carving off our personas?
I've said too much. It seems our guests of honor have arrived.
Minazuki turns his gaze to the sky and narrows his eyes as if he's looking beyond the red fog. Simultaneously, the faint sound of a helicopter becomes evident.
I enjoyed my time with you. If the opportunity arises again, I'd like to speak with you further.
With that, Minazuki gracefully puts distance between us. The moment there's enough space for someone to intrude between us, a shadow comes dancing down from the skies, as if awaiting that exact moment. Labrys. Yep, Labrys.
Labrys? Don't worry now, Takun. I got you.
Labrys, don't let your guard down. He's the one who attacked Mitsuru-san's group.
This guy?
Our guests of honor have arrived. I've been waiting for you, shadow operatives.
Labrys stands between Minazuki and myself as if shielding me. It seems I've been spared the worst case scenario. The sound of the helicopter rotors still remains in the sky above us. It appears to be slowly descending. I strongly suspect that a plume of darkness is installed into that helicopter. I recall an entry in the public safety documents explaining how a plume of dust would enable machinery to continue functioning even in supernatural space-times where no other electronics would work. It's unlike me to let my mind wander into matters of parascience. Perhaps it's a relief my life no longer being at risk.
Why are you doing all this?
Who am I? That constant question. It's quite intriguing that a machine created for suppressing shadows would master.
What?
But first, let me see the rest of you.
As Minazuki keeps his eyes on Labrys, a black liquid shadow rises from behind him, instantly ascending to the helicopter. It's a shadow, no a persona, and it means to take down that helicopter.
No! Yukari-san! Capcom!
Labrys cries out in desperation. Persona users, though they may be, they are still human. If they go down along with the helicopter, they'll be grievously wounded at best. An unfamiliar woman's voice calls out from within the helicopter. All at once, a tremendous gust of wind swirls about the helicopter, repelling the Black Shadow's ambush at the last second.
Quite the persona user. However,
Yukari-san, he's winding up for another one! We're getting off, Koromaru!
Just as the whirlwind dies down, an attack originating from within the helicopter's speeds towards Minazuki's persona, which was primed to attack again. Amazing. What a perfectly timed maneuver. Too bad we don't see it. The surrounding fog lights up, and as the personas clash at each other, those grains of light that Minazuki's is after disperse. At the same time, three figures jump out of the helicopter and descend toward us. The whir of the helicopter rotors increases, which I take to mean that it's flying off somewhere. So then its objective from the start was to drop these people off here. And Labrys. I look once again to the new arrivals and the animals that have descended upon the food court. Ah, I know who they are. After all, it was only a moment ago I was at Inaba Station reviewing documents pertaining to them.
That was close. But now that we're here, here.
It's Kimberly Hart.
You don't want anymore.
Naoto Shirogane, right? Are you all okay? We'll handle this.
Obviously, they are older than the pictures in the documents, but the woman is Yukari Takebe, the boy is Kanamata, and the Snow White Shiba following closely at King Kun's heels is Koromaru. They were all involved in the incident which occurred when Mitsuru was in high school, and though they are not officially members, they are persona users of the Shadow Operatives, the Emergency Suppression Unit, the Auxiliary Staff. Hey Striker, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day, sir. Happy Christmas Eve to you.
Labrys, I'm trusting Naoto-kun with you.
Gotcha.
Yes, I do. Even if it is correct, Kimbrel.
So you're our enemy. You won't escape now.
The three of them fan out to Minazuki's left and right, readying themselves for combat. Such efficient tactical movements, all while never dropping the guard. I wonder how often one must face death in order to become like them.
The players have finally gathered. It's nice to meet you. I am Minazuki. Sho Minazuki. Welcome to this world.
And it was still meh.
Especially Kirijo.
Who knows? Maybe something, strange things have happened.
What's he talking about?
Who knows? I don't really care either.
I have no intention of fighting you now. I only wished to see your faces.
His world. Minazuki's phrasing catches my attention. This could be an important clue to the culprit's motives. Could Minazuki mean that he instigated this in order to avenge someone whose parent or parents were killed? Perhaps he's seeking revenge on the Shadow Operatives? No, that's not right. Given that they took Mitsuru's group hostage and summoned the others here, it seems more than likely that Minazuki wants revenge on Mitsaru and her associates from high school.
I'll be heading back now. Take your time.
When Minazuki raises his hand, a different voice echoes from further in. The voice I know all only too well.
What's going on? Another Naoto-kun?
Don't be deceived. That's an imitation of me.
An imitation?
An imitation.
That sounds like the kind of dirty trick they pull.
Huh. It seems I'll be facing those who are participating in the Grand Prix for the first time. I hate to waste time, so let's simply begin now.
Bring on the ring!
Bring on the ring! My doppelganger raises one hand to the sky and means to summon the red pillars that form the arena. I'm still too badly injured to dodge this, but I can't allow us all to be trapped here.
Everyone, get away from me! Hurry!
Yukari-san, Koromaru, spread out!
Yukari, Ken, and Koromaru jump back in response to my warning. Labrys, on the other hand, maintains her position, shielding me, making no attempt at all to move. I see now. Yukari told Labrys that I'm trusting Naoto with you, and Labrys would never abandon her duties. Yukari and Ken understand that as well, and so Labrys was not mentioned when Ken gave the order to spread out. Very efficient teamwork. I feel that I understand the secret behind the Shadow Operative's strength somewhat. The four red pillars that fall from the sky embed themselves firmly into the food court's floor and release a dull light. Thank goodness Yukari and the others seem to have escaped the pillar's field of influence.
What's going on? Where's the culprit?
What? Wait, when did he?
Now that they mention it, I too realize for the first time that Minazuki is nowhere to be seen. Minazuki's presence is completely gone. It vanished from the area just as suddenly as it appeared behind me.
Like I said, I'll be your opponent. Don't worry, a version of myself is close to death, and the machine who's just joined the Shadow Operatives would be pretty sorry for it. So just this once, while no attacks are still allowed from outside, I'll leave you to fight whoever enters the arena. And of course,
she has those red pillars, invisible walls prevent anyone to our feelings calm.
Invisible walls. That's just ridiculous.
Yukari tries to take a step forward and hits her head badly on the invisible wall. Doi. Perhaps I gave them too much credit before. It's possible that the shadow operatives are, in fact, surprisingly careless.
This is just like the last P1 Grand Prix, except we're in the real world.
Hello!
Long time no see, Labby-chan. Oh, don't look so shocked. Let's see if I can guess what you were thinking. No,
I'm a man!
You're
I'm
supposed
40!
to be my shadow. Or something like that.
Is that Inaba's persona user, Teddy? He doesn't look like a bear to me.
He just looks like a plush mascot. Is he dressed up like that on purpose?
You there! Silence in the peanut gallery! How dare you call my bona fides into question? I'll have you know I look bear-rific!
No, he doesn't. Even Teddy looks lame.
This is your last chance to push your luck like that. Labby-chan and Now-chan aren't getting out of here until you win a one-on-one fight! So, are you okay with that? Are you gonna move on without your friends? Hurry up and decide whether you're gonna enter the ring or not!
Will you shut up? Fine, let's do this. I'll go in and...
No, please move on. Huh? You can't let him provoke you. The culprit's aim is to make us fight against our doubles, thereby carving off our personas.
Carve off our personas?
Yes, carve off.
Tsurusan and the others are within the tower on the hill. It won't be easy, but try and avoid combat with the imitations as you rescue them.
Okay, Labras, we're leaving the rest to you.
Labras has a persona.
What's this? They left you behind. I guess that's the extent of this friendship you go all about.
That's not true.
What about it is untrue? For it seems to me that the others moved on, leaving you to alone.
You clearly have no understanding of the bonds between people.
Nope, the bonds.
They didn't ditch us. Yukari-san believes in me, so that's why she trusted me to take care of Naotoko. And that's why I'm gonna make sure to knock you out of the park myself.
Labras is going to throw down here. Well, you know what's funny? Labras' shadow self is a playable character in the arcade mode.
You remained composed to the very end. Excellent.
All the way to the very end we went.
What a fantastic battle. We must have gathered a good many persona fragments just from that alone.
The evil laugh is evil. The other me melts into a puddle in the center of the food court. It's a most unpleasant sight to behold. I heard a cracking sound and turned to see the red pillars that had trapped the shatter. The invisible wall should be gone as well, but...
Was it okay, Naotoko? We ended up fighting this thing.
There was no getting around it.
Our enemy has Mitsuru-san, her friends, and this town hostage. Besides, we had no means of escape.
So, everything was set up perfect. Who do you think that Minazuki guy is?
I don't know, but...
I can't help but fall to my knees from the pain I'd forgotten about. I haven't completely recovered from Minazuki's strike yet.
Naoto-kun!
Labrys promptly lends me her shoulder. This may be an odd thing to say, but it's at times like this I truly feel I've made friends. Not that I've ever say such things in front of my senpai.
Thank you, Labrys. You truly saved my life.
Come on, no need to thank me. I told you it was my turn to help you guys out. But what about Yukon and them?
What about them? We inform each other of what's happened up to this point and exchange information. Labrys' team was investigating Inaba Pass, where Mitsuru's group went missing, and were headed here after filling up on gas. While we spoke on the phone, midnight struck, and she saw the change in the town from the air. It seems the Red Fox suddenly rose up to cover the town, and a giant tower appeared on the hill where Yashigami High is situated. In addition to Yukari, Ken, and Karimaru, there's a man in town by the name of Junpei Iori, whom they haven't yet been able to meet up with. All told, the Shadow Operatives set 4 people, or rather 3 people and a dog.
Just like I thought. Though that fake you was a tough customer. World are they?
The imitations seem to be crafted from shadows. I'm astonished that they can even copy our persona abilities. But that aside, let's hurry, Labrys. There's actually something I couldn't tell Yukari-san earlier.
Huh? What's that?
It's that young man Minazuki's true objective. He's gathering persona fragments from us in an attempt to summon something hideous.
Something hideous?
Hideously something?
Use the tower looming on the hill, just as Tartarus was used when Mitsuru-san and her friends were in high school. What each of them intends to bring forth? There's no denying his aim is something along those lines.
I actually felt something odd about that guy myself.
Odd? In what way?
Well, when I got close to him, I felt something strange. It was exactly like the feeling I get from those plumes of dust we have as cores.
Oh. Does this mean he had a plume of dusk in his possession?
Not exactly. It wasn't that he had one on him. It was more like it was synced up with his heart. It felt just like ours do.
Synced with his heart?
I don't understand. The plume of dust was integrated into the core of Labrys and her sister unit, Aegis. It plays the role of a heart in their mechanical bodies. But that man Minazuki seemed to be no different from us at first glance. What could it mean that she detected a plume of dust in him? The faint light that's been scattered everywhere is gathering now, and I'm starting to see the outline of the truth, but there are still missing pieces. If we rescue Mitsuru's group and learn what they know, then I expect we'll be able to reach some sort of conclusion. Labrys looks into my face as I'm lost in thought and smiles to try and cheer me up.
Relax. We'll never lose. You saw us fight earlier, right? Yukari-san and Ken-kun can really kick some ass.
Labrys speaks with satisfaction with a proud look on her face. It's a far cry from the Labrys I first met a few days ago.
It seems you've made some wonderful friends, Labrys.
Huh? Oh. You think it's okay for me to think of him that way? It's kinda embarrassing.
That's how it is at the start. Once you come to realize it, though, you'll find that it turns to a warm feeling within you.
Huh. Is that how it was for you, Naoto-kun?
Who knows? Perhaps it was.
I recall when I first met my senpai and a wry smile forms on my lips. Feeling a bit embarrassed at this, I pull the brim of my hat down over my eyes. It's not just Labrys, the same is true for me and many others I've never met. We all go through this process to find what precious and irreplaceable to us.
Let's go rendezvous with the others.
Wow. It is now 14 degrees. To be continued. No, I want to get to the 50% mark on this one. Chapter 7. There's no doubt about it. As we go down the fog-filled hallway, we see a man we're very familiar with, who we could hardly forget his face.
No way. Why is it Dachi-san?
Could he be a fake?
Huh? Fake? Oh, right. I forgot about that whole thing going on.
The friendly smile, joking manner, and contemptuous, nonchalant laugh. There's no doubt this is the Adachi we know, but why?
Why are you here? Huh? Oh, well, I had intended on staying well behaved. But someone begged me to help out. And you know, I'm not the kind of guy who can say no to something like that.
Help out? You mean that show guy?
Hmm? Have you guys already met? Oh, man.
Man, oh.
Matter? Don't tell me you're working with the culprit this time, too.
Well, what do you think?
Don't play dumb. If I don't like your answer, there'll be boot prints all over your face.
Who cares about all that? Come on. Aren't you kids in serious trouble right now? What with all the world ending and all?
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
So you are.
You guys really like sticking your heads into dangerous situations, don't you? You don't gain anything in life from doing that, you know?
Adachi-san, you said you would abide by the rules of this world. So why are you here?
Rules. Rules, eh?
Don't you understand how the real world is in trouble because of show? This isn't like the TV world, where only we were involved.
Oh, man. I
So
see you never learn. The only reason I took that brat up on his invitation was because I was bored. All the questions about what he's after or what's gonna happen to this town, I don't give a damn about any of it.
What's he saying?
Wait, Adachi is from the TV world?
Whoa, whoa, give me a break. I don't intend to get involved with kids like you anymore. Like, I bet you're honestly abiding by the rules here, because that's how you think.
The rules here?
You know, the one-on-one stuff. You don't even know what's gonna happen because of that. Honestly, rats like you barely even think.
Yeah, he ain't wrong there.
What's that supposed to mean? Like I keep saying, if you keep fighting them on their own terms, it could bite you in the ass. I bet he's collected quite a lot of those persona fragments by now.
My hazy, scattered thoughts all come together when I hear what Adachi has to say. We've been vaguely watching those light particles fly up to the top of the tower, but are those what Sho was after? Could it be that the reason Sho set the rules to make us fight one-on-one was to give off more of those particles? Persona fragments according to Adachi during the constant fighting?
Have we been inadvertently helping him?
Oh man, you really hadn't noticed? You need to get your act together.
Out of the blue, the distorted school building creaks with a loud noise. The jarring sounds echoes in the depths of the red fog like an animal growls.
What was that just now?
Looks like there's no more time left. Earlier than I expected. Well, that's why I need to get going. Good luck to you, I guess. Oh, and your friends who got caught? They might be in trouble if you leave them be, you know?
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Means they're in trouble.
Just what it sounds like. Then again, I guess it might be impossible for just you three.
Wait!
Adachi turns his back on us and disappears into the red fog. Yosuke tries to go after him, but he slams straight into an invisible wall that looked like it hurt. I hope he's okay. It's only then that I realize we're already surrounded on all sides by red pillars.
You okay, Yosuke?
This actually hurts more than you think. I mean, when did these get set up?
How much longer are you gonna make me wait? You better entertain me at the very least.
Akihiko? We turn around to see the bearer of the familiar voice. Inside the fog is a man standing as if to show off his well-developed muscles. He's topless apart from a red cape. It's definitely one of Mitsuru's companions, Akihiko.
Welcome to this special raid. This place is truly a square jungle. It sure brings back memories. It really takes me back.
Master? Oh, I'm glad that you're safe.
As Shie tries to rush over, a sharp fist whizzes right in front of her. Something's obviously not right. For one thing, Akihiko should be captive somewhere, and for another, he wouldn't challenge us to a fight like this.
Hey, Akihiko-san.
Don't you all long for the tensing of muscles and the clenching of fists? These only seconds away. Step forward if you want to taste of magic.
Kiss the floor. We'll break out you. The two-fisted protein junkie Akira Akihiko Shinada.
Final.
Persona.
Take it.
Nice try. Persona closing in.
You did it!
All right, we won. Wait, where did Adachi go?
Down the hallway and to the left.
Doesn't this shaking seem bad? It's been getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, looks like we don't have much time.
Hey, hold on a sec. Adachi said something about persona fragments earlier. What did he mean?
Last time, Sho tried to get powerful shadows by shaking us up so our personas would turn back to their original form. And this time, he's lured us into this red fog and made us fight our fakes, so we can carve off persona fragments in the process.
Yeah, we're the quick deduction.
Probably, yeah. Sho is trying to do something with the persona fragments he's collecting.
But what though? Is he gonna make a new persona for himself with them?
I don't know. But all the persona fragments I saw so far were headed to the top of this tower. We might find our answers there.
Yep, start running. Trying to figure it out now won't do any good. We've fallen for the enemy's trap so far, but from here on out, we're going on the counterattack. We have to avoid fighting fakes as much as we can, rescue Mitsuru's team, and get to the top of this tower. After we all nod to each other, we will run with renewed purpose down the murky hallway.
Sheesh, these hallways are too long. How far do they go? You'd think we'd have gotten to the stairs by now at least.
Maybe just running down the hallways won't work. Why don't we try going into the first open room we see?
Ah, the music room.
I mean, this place was connected in some messed up ways during the last P1 Grand Prix.
You do have a point.
But there's tons of classrooms here. Should we just start with the closest one? Whoa, bingo!
What's his name-o?
Good job, Yosuke!
Past the open door is an unmistakable view of a classroom, but on the wall inside is a set of familiar-looking school stairs connected to it like they were forced there.
I still don't like this plan. We're gonna have to check every door we find from here on out.
Don't worry, you can do it, Yosuke.
Yeah, we'll be okay if we got Yosuke with us.
What's with the blind trust in me? I don't remember you guys being such goody-goodies.
What are you doing, Yosuke? Come on, you better hurry up.
Why isn't anyone listening to me?
Because you're Yosuke.
Weird that you're about to leave me behind after saying all that nice stuff?
Nope. Nope. But just as Yosuke suspected, our progress from the next floor on gets pretty rough. We don't run into any fakes, but we don't make much headway either. How far have we climbed? We're feeling impatient. I put my hand on the nearby door and throw it open. A giant guillotine-like blade whooshes by right before my eyes. I dodged barely, but it was much too close for comfort.
That voice!
Why don't you hurry up and come in? I'm bored out of my skull waiting for you guys.
I cautiously step into the classroom. Inside we find stairs leading up and a figure blocking them, just as I thought.
Like you don't already know. Yeah, I'm a fake Labyrinth. So, let's see how much of your persona I can carve off, eh? You're going too far. What are you trying to do with all these persona fragments? What do you care? Win or lose, you're all gonna die anyways. I got nothing to tell you. Now, bring on the ring.
Bring on the ring! Red pillars fall from the classroom ceiling, and in their ominous glow, I can see Labyrinth's long-haired persona. For a second, I was fearing the worst, but this doesn't seem to be Labyrinth's shadow. It's more like a fake Labyrinth created from a shadow. Whichever it is, it detaches the giant axe from its back and grips it in its metallic hands. The fake Labyrinth stares at us with golden eyes and takes a fighting stance.
I'm a weapon, a special destroyer made only to eliminate the enemy. Underestimate me, and you'll end up with more than just a scratch.
Yosuke! And then we do Chie in the next fight. Hey. Does it have the bull? Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. The fake begins to melt and there's a loud crack as the red pillars shatter. At the same time, the persona fragments that were carved off in the battle turn to particles of light and float into the air. Chie looks like she's about to chase after them, but Yosuke stops her. I understand how she feels, but Yosuke's right. Once they scatter, there's nothing we can do.
It's fine. We just need to hurry on ahead. We're out of time.
Yeah, still, it's so frustrating.
Chie seems frustrated, but she agrees. I know it's hard for her to sit around idly, even though she understands.
Something just crossed my mind. Personas were originally our shadows, right?
What's this all about?
No, I was thinking about what the culprit's after. I wondered why he'd be so hell-bent on our personas.
Huh?
Well, think about it. There's a bunch of shadows in the TV world. So why is he so fixated on our personas?
Good question.
Yosuke is absolutely right. Last time, the culprit was targeting our personas to collect powerful shadows. But not this time. If he wanted to play it safe, he wouldn't have goaded a bunch of Persona users into a fight with him, especially since we've already got a score to settle. Besides, just because the TV world is peaceful again doesn't mean all the shadows have gone away. If that's all he wanted, he could just gather those. Really, the culprit was controlling shadows to make fake versions of us to fight for him. But then why go through all the trouble of preparing these arenas and carving away our personas? Does he want revenge for last time? I don't know. Sho doesn't seem to care about what this. I totally misread that. Yosuke and Chi are stumped too. We need some more hints. We're missing some key information. Maybe I just haven't put it together yet. A mysterious young man named Sho, persona fragments, and Adachi. No, there's still a lot left for us to find out. To be continued. Alright, so that's actually the 50 mark there. Saving Akihiko. Alright. So alright, so you got various. I'm going to assume Nato's story arc merges here. Everything's going to have to merge unless some other paths open up. But gameplay recording resumed because you exited a block scene. Go into the arcade mode.
And matter.
Why
don't you introduce yourself?
This is sort of exciting.
I wish you good luck.
Normal. Think I'm gonna chicken out and do DZ? Please escort me to the ring, my prince. I gotta remember how to do her big super too.
What is this? A red fog is covering the entire town?
This is the true tournament finale! The P1 climax is finally kicking off!
Hi, this is your announcer, Rizette. Things are getting really heated up here. Are you ready?
Teddy and Rise-chan? The finale? No, this can't be. Those two have to be fakes.
Very perceptive, Yukiko-senpai. That's correct. Those two are fakes.
Naoto-kun, I didn't know you were back here. Why is this happening?
I'll direct your attention to that.
What the? There's a weird tower where the school is. We should go there.
Break out of your shell.
That's right. But there's no need for that. After all, you're going to...
Oh, it's Shadow Nato.
Even Naoto-kun is a fake? If I don't fight her, she'll eliminate me here.
Round one.
Here we go! Round one!
Down. Okay. Come on.
Too much wrist action. Focus, focus.
Wow. Wait. One, two, three. One, two, three. There we go.
My dear cherry blossom. Blooming full splendor. To bloom and then fall is their fate.
Need to do the dance.
What should I do?
Always, I have to hit the super at least once with every character.
Ruthless as always, Yuki-chan. But if you don't
So,
hurry and put an end to this, the town's gonna be in even more trouble, you know?
Never! I won't let you do whatever you want to our town anymore. Anyway, I need to get to the school.
Bah.
Well done!
That thing didn't just look like them. They had all the same powers. I can't let my guard down.
Who's next?
Next is Game 2. The blood-curdling Beefcake Emperor, Kanji Tatsumi!
Blooming roses and bulging muscles. What if it's bulging roses and blooming muscles? Would that work? I don't know.
All eyes are on the next match.
Wow, dropped down to 14 degrees and it's warmed up to 15 degrees.
Let's move on. Match number 2. Keep them coming.
It's okay to throw everything I have at him, right?
Yes.
Round 1.
Rude. Also rude. Ah, this bitch slap him.
You're not done? Not bad at all. A truly stunning victory.
Round 2.
Good job. Got a perfect round there.
A huge victory.
A victory that was huge.
These are clear.
Sounds strange everywhere. It's as if I'm in the TV world.
Yukiko is very observant, folks.
Next up, Game 3. The unsightly pink sniper, Yukari Takima.
Her rage makes little kids cry. Yeah, there is a Super Sentai reference with her attire. Actually, they made Yukari look like Kimberly from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which is just hilarious to me.
Let's get hyped.
Pandas! Pandas, pandas, pandas!
If you're a phoenix, does that
Wait. Sorry about that, folks. My dad called. Everything. He's up in the Dakotas, and they're been below sub-zero for a period of days. And yeah, man, I just said it was like a good short conversation and everything. He forgot yesterday was my birthday, but he sent the cards in advance, but he still forgot yesterday was my birthday. So, and I just, you know, y'all know, y'all know. Boy, that call is like well timed and bad timed. That is just trying to get, rebound off of that.
If I let my guard down, I'll never make it. But I can't lose here.
Next.
Finally, Game 4. The Beast in Heat, Teddy!
It's the void that swallows all. It's bringing it back in there.
Here we are, game number 4.
Yuki-chan! I'm so glad you're safe. Now give me a kiss.
Kill him!
This touching reunion.
Another fake. I'm sorry, Teddy, but you're going to burn.
Setting him on fire just seems appropriate no matter what situation.
Round 1. Fight!
Please hit! Please hit! Okay, here goes! Come out! Like this.
Ba 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 ba.
cherry blossoms. Blooming full splendor. To bloom and then fall is their fate.
I'm completely burned out, like white ash.
He's not disappearing. Does that mean he's real? What should I do? Are you okay?
Avoid mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
I told you that from the start. You're not lying to me, right, Yuki-chan? Please don't tell me you were planning to burn the real me.
Yes, she was. Yes.
Yukiko-senpai, Teddy! Thank goodness you're both safe. I have bad news, though. Mitsuru-san and her people are captured at school. No! They're inside that tower? We have to save them. Teddy, let's split up and look for them.
Jeez, you really worked this bear hard. But I do have a bone to pick with the one who keeps infringing on my adorable likeness rights.
Let's hurry. Everyone, please be okay.
Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, bum.
The excitement of the battle still lingers!
I believe Mitsuru-san and the people were captured.
Ah, we got an S rank on that.
Friends are also... No, I'm sure they're all right.
Hey, Red Fox, how's it going? Merry Christmas to you. Hope you're having a good day. Punishing evil from her lonely throne. I really hope you're doing okay, Red. And that you're staying warm because it is cold over here. And I'm always in t-shirts and stuff anyway, but it is frigid.
Let's take a rest. Or maybe not. No time for a break. The fifth match is
I had some bad news today. My girlfriend was in the hospital with couple of lung disease. She's not, oh, I'm real sorry to hear that. It's
This is our town. We'll take it back.
BOP.
Round one.
I hope she she has a quick recovery, Red Fox. Believe me, I can relate to that. Yeah. It's definitely a heavy time of year. Ah, we got another achievement off of that. How you doing otherwise, Red Fox? Like, hopefully. I'm not sure if the cold front that basically blasted the majority of U.S. is going to be heading your way. But if it is... Whew. Where my dad currently lives, it's like it's been below zero under Fahrenheit temperatures for like the past week plus. So it's like I'm kind of lucky being where I am. It's like he's only gotten down. Yes, last night it got down to 9 degrees Fahrenheit. Mirror match.
to the 6th match. Both fighters' spirits are flaring.
Ah, Chie just got smacked.
You're so close. Can you not get in the way? Well, it's fine. I'll send you both to hell.
Huh? The real Yukiko? Sorry, I thought she was you, so I let my guard down.
You fell for it so easily. Are you really long-time friends?
Yeah, there's some doubt right there.
I won't forgive you. I'll burn you down until there's nothing left.
Round 1. Fight!
Is it all?
We did.
Like this.
We won't. We are going to strive to not let him make a comeback in the next round. Well, we put that one out, you know.
Chie, are you okay? Thanks, Yukiko. I'm so glad you're safe.
It seems like something terrible is happening again. I heard Mitsuru-san and her people are captive here.
Then this really is continued from the other day. We have to hurry and do something about it. Ow!
You can't push yourself too hard.
It's like, gee, you were just bouncing around. Like, oops, let me just rest here. And then you just sit down and rest here, you know?
Don't do anything reckless, okay? Mitsuru-san's people seem to be here too. I'll come after you as soon as I can.
I'll see you later. I'll do my best.
That was well done!
I'm so glad Chie was safe. I'll never forgive the culprit for setting this up.
Difficulty does scale fairly well.
Here's your next opponent. Mighty Strikeout Slugger,
Ta-da! Triple A Simpleton! Da-da-da-da! Triple A Simpleton! Okay, yeah, I get it.
This could be a bitter fight.
The party isn't stopping. Next up, the 7th match.
That bat's flammable, right? Then I'll go full strength.
Round 1.
I'll show you my dance.
That was a complete defeat. That's the end of that.
If you hit the move, you have to do the dance, you know?
Is anyone surprised by the results?
Thanks to Risei-chan, I know everyone's safe. But she said there's a strong reading up ahead. I better brace myself.
Like it's three downs and
Hall is charged with excitement.
Yukiko versus the Showstopper.
What? Here already? That's a lot faster than I thought.
Who are you? Don't tell me. Are you the culprit of this case? Why are you doing such a horrible thing?
My name's Show Minazuki, and I am the culprit behind all this. But come on, you're making me sound like the bad guy when you should be grateful.
That's enough! Why would I ever thank you for this? Hurry and put this town back to normal!
I beg your forgiveness, my drama queen. Just joking. Anyways, we got some time left, so play with me for a bit here.
Bum bum. Rude. Oof. It's all even up, one round apiece. Whoo!
My dear cherry blossom, bloom in full splendor. Beat him. Everyone will be safe now.
We got lucky on that.
Ouch! Man, you Persona users are really something. But this is exactly like he said. With this much power...
What are you mumbling about?
Well, this related to the actual plot.
Surprised? Getting scared? Oh, wait. You guys aren't too bright, so you're probably just getting snared.
Again, this gets revealed in the story. Then you gotta beat it like on the hardest difficulty to try and... What's our score on it?
Congratulations on clearing it. I'm surprised at how skilled you were. Let's fight together again sometime, hmm? I think we make a good team.
Knowledge, sage, courage, brave, diligence, rock solid, understanding, sanity, expression, rough. These AAA score on that. See you next fight. There you go. And let's see our trophies here. So we picked up a couple. Failed a reversal burst in arcade or network mode. Achieved a perfect victory in arcade or network mode and started an episode in story mode. So this is kind of like the thing, hitting everyone's a big super. And these are story related. I guess. Alright. Still, we had a good one there. We got through half, well, it was essentially 25% of the story mode, because you got the P3 side as well. So all those things there, and needless to say that this time to call for my pops kind of took me out of things a bit. Rather surprised, or at least grateful, that we were able to have a full stream, and in some regards almost make up for yesterday. But anyway, tomorrow, Christmas Day. Tomorrow night stream might start a little bit late, depends on when family who's visiting leaves. And so forth, because I got my aunt and 3 younger cousins what essentially is my patriarch side of the family coming over. They're mostly coming to visit mom and everything, and give me a little bit of a reprieve in that regard. So, but still, it's like Christmas Eve. Persona, it was kind of fun. I am actually enjoying the story mode in this in P4AU as compared to the vanilla version that we played I played earlier in the year. I'm enjoying the story mode in this one a lot more, because it is jumping from character to character. You got the cliffhangers and things, and seeing how some stuff is playing, some things are connecting, pieces falling into place. So the question is, how would I consider a fighting game of this type finished? my standards for fighting games like this one, if they have a full story mode, it's get through the story mode and 100% completion of the story mode. And then clearing arcade mode with every single character is what I can put in, is what I consider finishing a fighting game of this particular type. Older fighting games like from their like the classic Capcom era, like Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, things of those types where there isn't a story mode. It's basically okay, we get through it once because it's more like a feature and so forth. So at least that's my warped logic on it, because fighting games without a story mode kind of have like a short shelf life with me. Although I could possibly change as, we're just trying like, master every character, get to the arcade mode with every character. There's that, things and so forth here. And I do apologize that my demeanor definitely changed once I got that call from my pops. I wasn't expecting it. Again, he forgot yesterday was my birthday. So let's see. Yesterday we actually dropped in on the folks at Mystery Science Theater 3000, and I'm kind of grateful they were that actually acknowledge that channel. He was running a marathon of the movies and stuff that was part of that show. We're kind enough to, hey, they actually acknowledged the raid. So, but on the flip side here, we are going to toss things over to Tracy Doll, who is doing Friday the 13th stuff here on Christmas Eve. So there you go. So I hope everybody has themselves a great night. Tighten your friendship bracelet. Stay safe. Have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll see y'all tomorrow for Overwatch 2. Till next time, have a good one. Bye!